Warrior Lore. Chapter 2020. The immortal god tree was rooted on a scarlet divine rock. The tree was only about 10 meters tall, and there were 9 blood-red fruits on it. Those blood-red fruits were the legendary Tao fusion fruits. The old prefecture master and the sacred beast were locked in battle. Terrifying shockwaves swept across heaven and earth, but the immortal god tree was not affected. A blood-red light shield emerged from the scarlet divine rock. The blood-red light shield enveloped the immortal god tree, blocking out the energy shockwaves from the outside world. With the protection of the blood-red light shield, the immortal god tree did not escape from this place. The immortal godly medicine was an item with a spirit of its own, and it could sense the dangers that came from the outside world. Even though this godly medicine that could grant immortality could not cultivate, its sensitivity towards danger was something that all other living beings could only dream of. As long as it sensed danger, the immortal god tree would escape immediately. Rumble. At this moment, the old prefecture master finally activated the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. Monstrous flames surged from the formation, shrouding half the sky. Roar. The sacred beast trapped in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar roared. Its voice was earth-shattering. The sacred beast was in great danger. The might of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was not a joke. One must know that even in the ancient times, when experts were everywhere and sages were alive, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar's reputation was not just for show. It was earned through fighting. In the ancient times, countless experts were trapped by the 9 dragons' immortal Venerable with the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. They were then refined into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. 9 dragon immortal Venerable was a very powerful existence. The number of experts that died in his hands could be said to be innumerable, especially those of the demon race. Tao patterns condensed from raging flames intertwined between the 9 divine fire pillars. The 9 divine fire pillars were the array eyes of the array, providing the array with a steady stream of energy. 9 fire dragons swam between the 9 heavenly fire pillars. The terrifying divine fire that spread from the fire dragons burned the void silently. It was extremely terrifying. In the center of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar, a ball of cyan light was flickering. It was a large bell that enveloped the sacred beast and kept the mighty divine fire outside. Clang! A bell chime resounded through the 9 heavens, and an invisible sound wave spread out from the bell. The holy beast, who had taken the form of a human and was sitting cross-legged inside the bell, was driving the power of the bell to fight against the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. Saint Weapon. In the air above the 9 dragons' heavenly fire array, the old manor lord of the central province immortal mansion was incomparably shocked. This saint beast was not simple at all. It actually had a saint artifact. The invisible sound waves vibrated inside the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation. The power of fire inside the formation was weakened, and the 9 dragon shadows became blurry. Those 9 fire dragons weren't even real dragon souls, but rather dragon shadows formed from the essence of 9 raging true dragons. Given the old manor lord's current cultivation base, it was difficult for him to truly awaken the dragon souls slumbering in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was an immortal venerable magic treasure. Its quality was much higher than ordinary saint-grade magic treasures, and it was harder to control. All of you, quickly go and take that immortal tree. The old manor lord transmitted his voice to the 18 old war gods. At this time, he had already trapped the sacred beast. Although he couldn't kill it, he could make it difficult for it to stop the 18 old war gods. Rumble. 18 ancient chariots crashed down from the sky. The 18 old war gods of the central province immortal mansion had made their move. They directly rushed into the depths of the forbidden zone. As for the 13 white-robed disciples of the central province immortal mansion, they stayed outside the forbidden zone. The 13 white-robed disciples of the central province immortal mansion had suffered varying degrees of injuries in the battle between the 18 old war gods, the Cheongchi savage beast, and the barbaric elephant. Even the 3 sons of the central province were no exception. The most powerful savage beast under the sacred beast command had been killed by Gu Fei, but there were still many more powerful savage beasts rampaging in all directions. Human cultivators continued to die under the sharp claws of these savage beasts. Kill. The 13 white-robed disciples of the Central Province Immortal Mansion made their move. They charged into the horde of savage beasts, causing blood to splatter everywhere. One after another, the savage beasts fell. The 13 white-robed disciples vented the frustration in their chests. Just now, they were protected by the 18 old war gods in the immortal Venerable battle formation and were passively attacked. Now, however, they took the initiative to attack. With the addition of this force, the situation of the human cultivators immediately showed signs of turning around. Attack! A loud shout came from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. It was the voice of the 18 old war gods. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He directly entered the depths of the Forbidden Zone and arrived at the place where the immortal tree had taken root. When Gu Fei arrived near the immortal tree, he saw the 18 old war gods attacking the blood-colored light barrier that enveloped the immortal tree. Under the attacks of the 18 old war gods, the blood-colored light barrier trembled continuously as if it could collapse at any time. Attack! The hoarse voice roared. A tall old war god among the 18 war gods held a divine spear and pointed it forward. The immortal sovereign grand formation formed by the 18 war gods immediately condensed a heaven-shaking power. Boom! This force transformed into a dazzling divine light that slammed heavily onto the blood-colored light barrier around the immortal tree. Under the impact of this divine light, cracks began to appear on the surface of the blood-colored light barrier. Through these tiny cracks, a faint medicinal fragrance seeped out from the blood-colored light barrier. The aura that allowed one to comprehend the Tao caused everyone's spirits to rise. The fruits of fusion of paths had ripened. The 9 fruits of fusion of paths were like 9 blood-colored hearts that seemed to be beating. Beneath the skin of the blood-colored fruits, there seemed to be some kind of life. This is amazing. Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded at the sight. Could there really be life within the fruits of fusion of paths? He was very careful and hid himself at the side, not being discovered by the 18 old war gods. He was waiting for the best opportunity, and he realized that he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. At least 3 people had also snuck into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. As long as the blood-colored light barrier around the immortal tree was broken by the 18 old war gods, the other experts hiding nearby would make their move immediately. No one could resist the temptation of the fruits of fusion of paths, because the fruits of fusion of paths represented the hope of becoming a sage. As long as one consumed the fruits of fusion of paths, it was equivalent to having 1 foot in the sage level. Since the primordial times, countless cultivators had struggled bitterly for the sake of it. Becoming a sage was the goal of all living beings. For this goal, all cultivators would do anything. The appearance of the fruits of fusion of paths had driven all cultivators crazy. Even the old sect master, who had become a sage, and the sacred beast were fighting with their lives on the line. Damn it, despicable humans! The sacred beast trapped in the 9 dragons of the heavenly fire formation roared. It was attacking the formation with all its might, causing the entire formation to shake violently. The 9 true fire dragons formed from the 9 dragons of the heavenly fire pillars were also roaring. With the support of the true dragon force, the terrifying true dragon flames trapped the huge bell within the formation. No matter how the sacred beast attacked the 9 dragons of the heavenly fire formation with the power of the bell, it couldn't break out of the formation. Despicable. Why didn't you say that you were despicable in the battle back then? The old sect master of the middle state said coldly. He was still brooding over the battle back then. Back then, the middle state immortal mansion attacked this forbidden zone and fell into the trap of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, causing a large number of experts to fall in the Forbidden Zone, causing the middle state immortal mansion to suffer a great loss. When the sacred beast heard this, it didn't say anything else. It just continued to attack the formation with all its might. With the protection of the huge bell, the sacred beast's life wasn't in danger. However, the old sect master's goal was the undying god tree. He only wanted to trap the sacred beast. One must know that a sacred beast protected by a saint-grade magic treasure wasn't that easy to kill. Attack! The old voice was filled with battle intent. Every single word reverberated through the heavens and earth. This voice caused one's blood to boil. Under the repeated attacks of the 18 Old War gods, more and more cracks appeared on the blood-colored light barrier that enveloped the undying god tree. Attack! The Old War god roared. Countless runes emitted a dazzling divine light, gathering the energy of the heavens and earth. A faint and illusory figure appeared in the sky above the grand formation. This was the Tao body of an immortal Venerable that was condensed after the immortal Venerable battle formation had reached a certain state. Boom! With a loud bang, the immortal Venerable swung the disc-shaped celestial device in his hand and fiercely smashed it against the blood-red light shield. Something seemed to have been broken, and the cracks on the blood-red light shield began to spread. With a loud bang, the entire blood-colored light barrier exploded. Swoosh! At the instant the blood-colored light barrier exploded, 3 figures rushed out and arrived beside the undying god tree in an instant. They extended their hands, wanting to pluck the fusion Tao fruit from the tree. Courting death, the 18 Old War gods roared in anger. Then, the power of the immortal Venerable battle formation erupted, sending the 3 experts flying away. The 18 Old War gods controlled the immortal Venerate battle formation. Just as they were about to envelop the undying god tree into the immortal Venerate battle formation, Gu Fei appeared. Without saying anything, Gu Fei punched towards the immortal Venerable battle formation. At the same time, he opened up his inner world, wanting to keep the undying god tree. Boom! A dull sound rang out. The power of Gu Fei's punch caused the immortal Venerable battle formation to pause for a moment. Swoosh! The inner world energy swept out and a red fruit flew out from the immortal god tree. It was pulled into the inner world by the inner world energy. Chapter 2021. The undying god tree had actually escaped, causing everyone to be shocked. Rumble! Gu Fei opened up his inner world and enveloped the undying god tree. A heaven-devouring force surged out from his inner world. However, the heaven-devouring force was unable to keep the undying god tree into his inner world. The undying god tree charged into the depths of the forbidden zone. Chase! The 18 Old War gods drove their war chariots and chased after the direction where the undying god tree disappeared. This was an undying god herb, something that even a sovereign would covet. No one was willing to miss out on this opportunity to obtain the undying god herb. Swish! 5 to 6 figures rushed over from afar. 3 of them were the experts that were sent flying by the immortal Venerable's battle formation. They were extremely powerful existences. One of them was someone that Gu Fei was familiar with, Ziyun Xiao of the Ziyun clan. The other person was a woman with a golden mask. She was the golden goddess of the golden clan. Gu Fei did not recognize the third person. It was a man that resembled both a god and a devil. His eyes constantly flickered with a brilliant light, and the baleful aura on his body was very heavy. It seemed like he had killed quite a lot of living beings. The 3 of them had heaven-defying cultivation bases. Even though they were sent flying by the immortal Venerable's battle formation, they did not suffer much damage and could still fight for the undying god tree. I'm still a step too slow. Gu Fei closed his inner world. At this moment, a scarlet fruit was floating in his inner world. He did not keep the undying god tree into his inner world. Instead, he kept the fruit of Tao that fell from the undying god tree into his inner world. With a thought, the floating fruit of Tao was kept into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. In the chaotic situation just now, no one noticed that Gu Fei had obtained a fruit of Tao. At this moment, everyone was chasing towards the depths of the forbidden zone. Human, I'll fight you to the death. At this time, the sacred beast trapped in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar became anxious. It had guarded this tree of immortality for countless years, and had waited for this tree to bear the fruit of fusion of paths. Seeing that the tree of immortality was about to escape, it was shocked and enraged. It began to fight desperately. Clang! The divine bell was ringing. Countless patterns of the Tao appeared on the divine bell, interweaving into ancient and profound patterns. Under the full power of the sacred beast, this Saint Tool actually showed signs of awakening. Terrifying power of the divine path emanated from the divine bell, and the 9 dragons of the heavenly fire formation began to shake. The power of the dragons in the 9 fire pillars began to awaken under the impact of the power. Open. The sacred beast went all out. It gathered the power of the divine bell with all its might, and the aura of the divine path swept through the sky and the earth, shaking the entire 9 dragons' divine fire matrix. Dark spatial cracks extended from the matrix. You're not the only one who will risk your life. Sitting cross-legged in the air above the 9 dragons' heavenly fire array, the old master roared. Now that he had to settle old and new grudges, he was going all out. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillars. Buzz. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillars began to vibrate at once. Saint-rank Tao patterns emerged rapidly on the pillars, and a terrifying real dragon aura spread out from the pillars. The old sect master used a mouthful of blood essence to awaken the dragon souls within the 9 divine flame pillars. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. 9 fire dragons appeared on the 9 towering fire pillars, swimming around them. The power of the real dragons erupted, and the void was incinerated by the divine fire. Terrifying divine flames spread out from the 9 blazing dragons on the 9 divine fire pillars, enveloping the entire formation and burning towards the sacred beasts in the formation. You really are the 9 dragons' immortal sovereign. The sacred beast was truly stunned by the old sect master's methods. This human saint could awaken the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillars? How was that possible? The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was an immortal sovereign artifact refined by the legendary 9 dragons' immortal sovereign. Only the 9 dragons' immortal sovereign could wield it freely. Rise of the 9 dragons, destroy the universe. Die. The old sect master did not say anything else. He used the most powerful move of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire matrix, summoning the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar souls. Roar! Dragon roars shook the heavens. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillars broke free from the 9 divine flame pillars, unleashing an overwhelming draconic aura as they charged towards the sacred beast in the matrix. The sacred beast was shocked. One should know that this was an immortal sovereign artifact. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar souls had all awakened and were attacking it at the same time. This was equivalent to an attack from an ancient, immortal sovereign. Buzz. The sacred beast desperately activated the divine bell. Countless Tao runes rushed out from the divine bell. A terrifying, destructive sound wave spread out in all directions. The sacred beast had also activated the power of this sacred weapon. Wherever the sound wave passed, a large area of divine fire was extinguished, the void was annihilated, and even the chaotic chi was shaken out. Boom! The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillars instantly collided with the green light screen of the divine bell. Countless green Tao runes dissipated in an instant. Under the impact of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire, the light screen condensed by the power of the divine bell crumbled instantly. The terrifying true dragon fire engulfed the divine bell and the sacred beast in an instant. Roar! The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillars roared, as if real true dragons' heavenly fire pillars had descended. The might of the dragon spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, shaking the heavens. All the living beings in the desolate little world trembled. The true dragon was an existence that stood at the peak of the countless living beings in the world. The might of the dragon spread out, and even the most powerful savage beast had to bow its head. This was the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. The roars of the Lord of the Restricted Zone came from the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillars. From the roars, one could tell that the Lord of the Restricted Zone was in big trouble. The Lord of the Restricted Zone wanted to go all out, but the other party was even more terrifying than the Lord of the Restricted Zone. One should know that the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was an immortal sovereign artifact refined by an immortal sovereign. In terms of grade, it was several grades higher than the sacred beast's divine bell. Even though they were both sacred weapons, they were also divided into different grades. It was impossible for every sacred weapon to be the same. An immortal sovereign was a quasi-supreme artifact. This 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was a quasi-supreme artifact that could suppress the sacred beast's divine bell. This was also what the old master of the Central Province Immortal Mansion relied on. This time, the old master of the Central Province Immortal Mansion wanted to flatten this restricted zone in the desolate little world, and then completely control it. It could be said that the undying divine tree was only one of the reasons why the Central Province Immortal Mansion attacked the restricted zone. One should know that the Central Province Immortal Mansion had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Chapter 2022. The true dragon divine flame was refining the Saint Beast. The prefecture master was really putting his life on the line. He spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. With each mouthful of blood he spat out, his expression grew wearier. After the 9 mouthfuls of blood, the prefecture master's recovered youthfulness faded once more. His black hair turned white and wrinkles appeared on his face. The prefecture master seemed to have aged a few thousand years in an instant. The aura he exuded could no longer be maintained at its peak. "I'll refine you to death, even if I have to risk my life." The prefecture master's voice became incomparably old once more. The 9 mouthfuls of blood essence weren't simple. They were his chi essence, his life force. The dragon souls inside the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar were finally fully awakened. Rumble. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation unleashed its full power. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Endless true dragon divine fire burst out from the 9 pillars, burning the heaven and earth. The terrifying temperature annihilated the void. Nothing could survive in the grand formation. Everything was burned into nothingness by the divine fire, leaving only a divine bell floating in the midst of the divine fire. The Saint Beast inside the divine bell was incomparably shocked. It was too late to undo all the seals on its body. The power of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation had already erupted. At this time, even if a real sage was trapped in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation, he would be burned to death by the monstrous real fire emitted by the 9 dragon souls. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was an immortal Venerable's magic treasure. Its full power was equivalent to an ancient immortal Venerable attacking. Roar. Inside the divine bell, the sacred beast roared. At this time, it could no longer care about anything else. It discovered that cracks had already appeared on the divine bell protecting its body. If this divine bell were to shatter, then it would also be burned to ashes by the true dragon god flames. All right, since you're willing to sacrifice yourself to activate the divine fire pillar, I have nothing else to say. Let's perish together. The Saint Beast in the form of a black-robed middle-aged man roared at the sky. He was unwilling to die like this. The real battle had yet to begin. It was useless to be unwilling. He couldn't wait any longer. Boom. The middle-aged man's body shook violently, and then something seemed to shatter within him. After that, a torrential surge of saint force erupted from within him. Roar. The holy beast let out a furious roar and revealed its true form. It was a Qilin covered in cyan scales. An extremely pure emu chi surged out from the Qilin's body. Wood Qilin. At this moment, the entire wildlands was filled with the aura of the Wood Qilin. The aura of a Saint Realm expert enveloped the entire world. All of the living beings in the wild world were trembling. This was fear that originated from the depths of their souls. A supreme saint-level existence had actually appeared in this world. The aura of a sacred rank expert suppressed everything. Even the laws of heaven and earth in this small world were completely suppressed by the power of a sacred rank expert without any suspense. Rumble. The aura of the Wood Qilin burst out from the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. The entire wildlands trembled and became very unstable. This made everyone feel threatened. However, no one dared to resist the oppressive aura of a saint. Everyone felt powerless in the face of this power. Boom. With a loud bang, the Wood Qilin's protective divine bell finally exploded. Under the control of the Wood Qilin, the destructive energy shot towards the old palace lord, who was above the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation. The 9 blazing true dragon souls flew up and gave off boundless dragon might as they pressed down together. The 2 divine bloodline powers collided. Roar. The 9 dragon souls roared, and the power of the dragon spread out in all directions. forcefully suppressing the destructive power that had soared into the sky. As expected of an immortal Venerable's supreme treasure, the holy beast sighed. At this time, the emu chi around its body blocked the true dragon heavenly fire. However, the true dragon heavenly fire itself was the nemesis of the emu chi. The woodchilin couldn't hold on for long. At this time, an unfathomable force descended. The woodchilin was shocked. Crack. Like the most exquisite piece of jade cracking, a crack appeared between the woodchilin's eyebrows, and a trickle of blood seeped out of it. No, the woodchilin was scared out of its wits. However, cracks began to spread from its forehead. No matter how much the woodchilin urged the sacred rank expert in its body, it couldn't stop the process of destruction. Humph! How dare you completely remove the seal and restore your sacred rank expert cultivation base? You're courting death. The old palace lord was frightened to see this. The power that could destroy a sacred rank expert was unstoppable. No matter how strong a sacred rank expert was, once all the seals on their body were removed, they would self-destruct without exception. Perhaps this was the reason why there were no true saints in the human world. Under the old palace lord's control, the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire formation immediately switched from offense to defense. The 9 dragon souls sealed the 9 directions, trapping the woodchilin within the formation. Crack. Cracks kept appearing on the woodchilin's body. Even its primordial spirit was the same. Cracks appeared as if it could collapse at any time. So it's like this. I can't accept this. The woodchilin sighed at the sky. Then, the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. The cracks on its body covered its entire body. Its vitality had been severed. Like a lamp that was burning brightly, it was suddenly extinguished. Bang! The woodchilin's body exploded. Countless fragments flew in all directions. Then, it turned into dust and dissipated in the air. Nothing existed anymore. A powerful sacred beast died just like that. It couldn't resist at all. This was a supreme sacred beast that had existed since ancient times. It had once dominated the ancient world and was almost invincible. But even such a powerful existence had to die. The old palace lord's heart pounded. This was the result of completely removing the seal. He forced the woodchilin to remove all the seals on its body and restore its sacred rank expert cultivation base. The old palace lord knew that the wild little world couldn't completely isolate the aura of a sacred rank expert. He had already predicted the woodchilin's fate. Of course, if he hadn't brought the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar into the wild little world, he wouldn't have been able to kill this sacred beast. A sacred rank expert who sealed their own cultivation base was no longer a true sacred rank expert. In the human world, sacred rank experts who sealed their own cultivation base didn't dare to fully restore their sacred rank expert cultivation base. Because once their cultivation base was restored to its peak, disaster would befall them. No one knew why the world became like this. Sacred rank experts couldn't come into being. There was a power above the great Tao of the world that threatened all sacred rank experts. Chapter 2023. Kill. In the depths of the forbidden grounds, all the strong cultivators gave their all to fight for the immortal God tree. All sorts of lights shot out from the depths of the forbidden grounds, and every single one of them seemed to be able to tear the heavens apart and pierce through space. Boom! A mountain peak was blasted apart, causing dust to soar into the sky. A figure rushed out from the dust, chasing after a divine tree. Haha, the immortal God tree is mine. That person laughed out loud and unleashed a great mystic ability, conjuring a huge hand that grabbed at the escaping immortal God tree, wanting to take it away. Oomph! A cold snort could be heard as a figure surrounded by dense killing intent appeared. Then, a ray of light shot out from the man's hand and collided with the huge hand. Buzz. Cold sword chi erupted, and the sword light was indestructible. It directly minced the large hand into pieces with matchless might. That person was greatly alarmed. Just as that person was filled with shock and anger, the sword light that had crushed the giant hand made a turn in the air and actually shot toward that person. Whoosh! The man escaped immediately, not daring to fight with the man who was surrounded by killing intent. After the man with the baleful aura scared off the man, he leisurely chased after the undying god tree. He was one with the sword, and his speed was so fast that he could actually catch up to the undying god tree. Wu Qiong, where do you think you're going? Just then, 3 white figures dashed over from afar. One of them struck out at the man with the murderous aura, while the other 2 were trying to stop the immortal godly herb. Wu Daoyi, others might be afraid of the middle ground trio, but I treat you like a pile of **T. Since you dare to stop me, you should be prepared to die. Wu Qiong's body glowed brightly, and he looked like a heavenly sword that had been unsheathed. His sword chi shot up to the sky and blocked all the silver needles that were flying towards him. Humph, the imperial killer of the western regions. What a great name. Wu Daoyi controlled countless silver needles as they danced around him. The silver needles turned into rays of light as they flew through the air. This magical item was no small matter. If one was struck by it, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was one of Wu Daoyi's trump cards. Wu Daoyi had once battled with Gu Fei endlessly, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. He was a true peerless expert among the Central Plains' 10 great heroes. Kill. The Western region killer emperor, Wu Qiong, did not say anything else. He immediately displayed his strongest sword skill. Countless rays of sword light shot out from his body and formed a huge sword of light that slashed towards Wu Daoyi's head. This was a beam of sword light condensed from the boundless energy of the sword. It was 300 m long and dazzling, and the sword chi that emanated from it caused the world to pale in comparison. The sword light slashed down, seeming as if it was going to cleave heaven and earth in two. The extremely domineering sword light was invincible and difficult to resist. Even Wu Daoyi couldn't help but be moved. Since Wu Daoyi was called the Killer Emperor, it was not just for show. This person cultivated the killing sword technique, which was why the murderous aura around him was so strong. People who cultivated the Tao of killing were extremely terrifying. Such people were extremely murderous, and if they did not like each other, they could just swing their sword and kill someone. Hence, such people were extremely dangerous. Wu Daoyi did not fight the Killer Emperor directly. He used his escape technique and left a shadow behind while his real body had already retreated thousands of feet away. Invisible needles, go. Dots of silver light shot out from Wu Daoyi's body and disappeared into thin air. It was as if the needles had disappeared into thin air. The Killer Emperor, Wu Qiong, saw this and was shocked. Wu Daoyi's skills were not to be underestimated. The 3 sons of the Central Plains were not undeserving of their reputation. I don't care what skills you have. I will destroy it with my sword. The Killer Emperor, Wu Qiong, became one with his sword and transformed into a dazzling ray of light. He did not care where the invisible needles were coming from as he charged towards Wu Daoyi. Ding, ding, ding. Sounds of collision could be heard as the invisible needles collided with the ray of light. However, they were all repelled by the ray of light and were unable to harm Wu Qiong at all. The dark red ray of light pierced through Wu Daoyi's body in an instant. Rise. Wu Daoyi did not panic because of the Killer Emperor's sharp ray of light. He formed a hand seal, and a ray of golden light flew out from his back and wrapped around the ray of light. An aura of the holy Tao emanated from the golden light. Divine weapon. The Killer Emperor, Wu Qiong, was taken aback. It was a golden rope. Wu Daoyi wanted to use a rope to destroy his killing sword's ray of light. Buzz. The ray of light vibrated, and the ray of light suddenly split into more than 10 rays of light. They all shot towards Wu Daoyi from different directions. At such a short distance, the ray of light suddenly split into more than 10 rays of light. This shocked Wu Daoyi. However, when he thought about the origin of the golden rope, he relaxed. Whoosh! As the golden light flickered, the golden rope wrapped around the dozen sword lights in an instant. Then, the sword lights that were wrapped around by the golden rope were directly minced into pieces. However, Wu Daoyi was not happy because the rays of light were not the real body of the Killer Emperor. The real body of the Killer Emperor had already escaped. The Killer Emperor did not continue to fight with Wu Daoyi. At this point, many experts had already attacked, and there was an intense wave of Yuan Qi coming from the front. Sly bastard! Wu Daoyi cursed as he kept his needles, and the golden rope and chased after the killer emperor. At this point, the other two out of the 3 sons of the middle state who were chasing after the Tree of Immortality were stopped by other experts. No one wanted to see the Tree of Immortality fall into the hands of others. Gold family. The person who had stopped the 2 experts from the 3 sons of the middle state was a woman wearing a golden mask. This person was the golden goddess of the gold family. Without any unnecessary words, the golden goddess started fighting with the 2 experts from the 3 sons of the middle state. The power of the gold element was strong, and the golden goddess was able to stop the 2 experts from the 3 sons of the middle state on her own. Before the war broke out, some of the experts had already joined forces, and many of them had formed alliances. When the golden goddess stopped the 2 strongest experts from the 3 sons of the middle state, a few experts from the northern lands surrounded the Tree of Immortality. In the depths of the forbidden area, there was a chaotic aura that surrounded the area. Even those who had cultivated the Eye of Heaven would not be able to see clearly. The Tree of Immortality had escaped into the forbidden area, and it was not an easy task to catch it. Chapter 2024. Gu Fei's attack was extremely powerful. The experts from the north were no match for him at all. He threw them out of the valley, one in each hand. The Tree of Immortality is mine. After throwing the experts from the north out, Gu Fei took a step forward and approached the Pearl of Immortality in an instant. He extended his hand and was about to take the Tree of Immortality away. Virum. At that moment, Gu Fei felt the space above his head shake violently. Then, an extremely powerful force came down from the sky. He abruptly raised his head, only to see a large golden net descending from the sky, covering his head. High up in the sky stood a woman wearing a golden mask. The golden goddess had arrived. Fist of Chaos. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used his most powerful battle technique right away. Patterns of the Tao of Chaos appeared on his fist, and a divine aura spread from his fist. This was the power of a demi-saint. It already had some of the characteristics of a saint. Although it was not the true power of the divine path, it was still extremely powerful. The ferocious fist force blasted a big hole in the golden net that was shrouding it. Specks of golden light dissipated in the void. The monstrous fist force directly collided with the figure high up in the sky. Tao soldiers appear. The golden goddess had wanted to fight with Gu Fei. This was a rare opportunity. She shouted and spread her hands. 9 golden Tao soldiers appeared around her immediately. That is, Gu Fei sensed a powerful divine aura from the 9 Tao soldiers around the golden goddess. It was an aura that only real Tao soldiers had. However, the 9 Tao soldiers were not real Tao soldiers. They were 9 shadows. How did she do it? Gu Fei was bewildered. Could it be that she actually had 9 saint weapons on her? It was obvious that the golden goddess was using the power of the Tao soldiers for her own use. If she did not have a Tao soldier, how could she use the power of the divine path that was unique to Tao soldiers? At that moment, the golden goddess extended her hand and took one of the Tao soldiers. It was a golden saber. Shwa. The golden goddess directly slashed with her blade. A dazzling golden blade light immediately soared up and transformed into a peerless heavenly blade. It directly broke through Gu Fei's chaotic fist force and fell on Gu Fei's head. Yes. Gu Fei was startled when he saw how powerful the golden goddess attack was. He raised his hands and clasped them together, directly catching the heavenly saber that was slashing down from the sky. The golden goddess was truly shocked. Her opponent had actually used both hands to block her saber. His palms were like 2 immemorial divine mountains. After the golden saber light was blocked, it couldn't sink any further. How can a body of flesh and blood be so powerful? The golden goddess could not believe it. She knew very well that this technique of hers was a Tao soldier ability that had been cultivated by drawing the essence of the 9 true golden Tao soldiers into her body. There were 9 golden Tao soldiers in the Gold Clan. In order to cultivate this technique, the golden goddess had faced the 9 Tao soldiers alone for over 1,000 years. She communicated with them day and night, absorbing their essence into her body. After a long time, the golden goddess had finally cultivated this technique. She was borrowing the power of the Tao soldiers for her own use. Although it wasn't a true Tao soldier descending, it was still a manifestation of the Tao soldier's power. The attack of the Golden Saint Blade was definitely comparable to the full-powered attack of a true quasi-saint divine weapon. This was the Golden Goddess trump card. She wouldn't use it easily, but Gu Fei was no ordinary opponent. He was definitely a god of death. Roar! Gu Fei's hands clasped together the 10,000 zhang long golden saber light, but it was extremely strenuous for him. He roared and attacked with all his might. A heaven-shaking energy surged out from his dantian, surging towards his hands and condensing in his palms. Buzz! The saber light hummed. The power that erupted from Gu Fei's hands shook the saber light formed by the power of the Golden Saint Blade. Cracks appeared on the condensed saber light. What? The Golden Goddess was shocked and angry. This Gu Fei's physical strength was too strong. Could it be that this was the martial body that the ancestor had mentioned? Only our Paragon bloodline can be invincible in the same realm. What is a martial body? The Golden Goddess screamed in her heart. Her supreme bloodline was the reason why she was so proud. Compared to ordinary cultivators, she had already left them far behind when she was still at the starting stage. Gu Fei had only cultivated a martial body, but it was even stronger than those born with a Paragon bloodline. How could such a thing happen? The advantage of the Paragon bloodline was nothing in front of Gu Fei. Kill. The Golden Goddess activated the power of the Tao soldier with all her strength. Her long hair fluttered without any wind. The Golden Saint Blade in her hand displayed great divine might. The cracks on the saber light actually showed signs of being repaired. Break for me! Gu Fei roared as a terrifying power burst out from his body. The sleeves on his arms were instantly torn to shreds, revealing 2 bulging veins on his arms. The muscles on his arms were vibrating violently. Martial true energy erupted from Gu Fei's hands. Bang! The golden saber light shattered in the end, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the void. The Golden Goddess was sent flying. Blocked by the Golden Goddess, the undying divine medicine that was stuck in the valley took the opportunity to soar into the sky, once again disappearing without a trace. Damn it! Seeing that the undying divine tree was about to fall into his hands, it actually fled again. This caused Gu Fei to be infuriated. However, this wasn't the time to settle the score with the Golden Goddess. And at this moment, 18 ancient war chariots flew over the valley, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The people from the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor had finally arrived. Gu Fei took a step forward and walked out of the valley, chasing in the direction where the Tree of Immortality had disappeared. This Gu Fei, the Golden Goddess, was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei was actually able to break the Tao soldier mystic ability that she had cultivated. This was truly hard for her to accept. One must know that this was one of the strongest mystic abilities she had cultivated. Swish. Silhouettes flickered as the Golden Goddess also chased after him. The undying divine tree seemed to be playing hide and seek with the crowd, constantly appearing and disappearing in the depths of this forbidden zone, causing the experts from all sides to fight continuously. Bang! Gu Fei clashed head-on with a tower-like human expert, sending that person flying. Boom! Zi Yunxiao suddenly appeared and attacked Gu Fei. The power of the 5 elements sealed the void, locking Gu Fei high up in the sky. If it was any other great completion quasi-sage, they would definitely be killed by the power of the 5 elements. However, Gu Fei, who was imprisoned by Zi Yunxiao's 5 elements great technique, had a martial physique at the great completion quasi-sage realm. The strength of his physical body was comparable to that of an ancient dragon and elephant. Gu Fei's body merely trembled slightly, and the power of the 5 elements was instantly dispersed. After that, he punched out, directly forcing Zi Yunxiao back. So you are Gu Fei. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the dark void. 3 white silhouettes walked out from the primal chaos. When Gu Fei saw these 3 people, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. These 3 cultivators in white were none other than the 3 sons of the Central Prefecture. With the arrival of the 3 sons of the Central Prefecture, even Gu Fei felt a lot of pressure. Among the 3 sons of the Central Prefecture, Gu Fei had only fought with Wu Daoyi before. As for the other 2, he only met them today. From the aura they emitted, They were definitely stronger than Wu Daoyi.
Scram.
Gu Fei stared at the three sons of the central prefecture and only said one word. You. Hearing this, the three sons of the central prefecture's expression changed. This Gu Fei was really arrogant. Ever since they started cultivating, no one had ever dared to speak to them like this. I would like to see if you have the qualifications to be arrogant. One of them took out a mirror and shone it at Gu Fei. The mirror emitted a wave of yin and yang energy. This was the famous yin-yang mirror. The cultivator in white was one of the three sons of the central prefecture, yin-yang Zi. This yin-yang mirror had two sides, one yin and one yang. Being shown by the yin side, no matter if it was a mortal or an immortal, they would die. Even their primordial spirit would be destroyed. However, being shown by the yang side, no matter how heavily injured the person was, they would recover in an instant. At this moment, the yin-yang mirror in yin-yang Zi's hand shone at Gu Fei's yin mirror. A destructive force spread out from the yin mirror. This force could extinguish all life. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. Since these people wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. Boom. Gu Fei directly rushed up and forcefully broke the extinction mirror light on the yin-yang mirror. Then, he punched the yin-yang mirror in yin-yang Zi's hand.
Crack.
With a cracking sound, yin-yang Zi and the yin-yang mirror were sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Yin-yang Zi spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. This, Wu Daoyi and the other person were shocked. This Gu Fei was actually so powerful. Moreover, his strength was unparalleled. He actually sent yin-yang Zi, one of the three sons of the central prefecture, flying with a single punch. Buzz. Gu Fei exerted his strength. His martial body of the major completion quasi-sage realm emitted energy waves, causing the void around him to tremble. Transparent spatial ripples spread out. Wu Daoyi and the other person couldn't contend against Gu Fei and were directly forced back by Gu Fei. Little guy, you have the shadow of a martial ancestor on you. Just as Gu Fei forced Wu Daoyi and the other person to retreat, an old voice suddenly came from above his head. This caused Gu Fei's expression to change drastically. Someone had arrived above his head without him noticing. This person's cultivation was definitely far above his own. Chapter 2025. The old prefecture master of the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion had arrived. Although he had suffered a great loss in the battle with the Woodchilin, he was still as powerful as ever. As soon as he arrived, he went up against Gu Fei. In the eyes of the old prefecture master, Lin Fan was an outstanding talent of the younger generation. However, in front of the undying god tree, no matter how outstanding he was, he had to step aside. I don't want to attack you, but the old lord stood on the bronze chariot. Although he could no longer straighten his back and his head was full of white hair, his eyes were still flickering with a bright light. The old prefecture master had paid a great price in the battle just now. His chi and blood had deteriorated, as though he was on the verge of death. However, Gu Fei knew that although the old prefecture master's physical body seemed to be deteriorating, he was still extremely dangerous. He could sense a great threat from the old prefecture master. You are a senior, but I still want to fight for it. Gu Fei lifted his head and looked at the old prefecture master standing on the bronze chariot in the sky. Even a self-proclaimed saint would not be able to force him to back down. The undying god tree was very important to him. It was related to becoming a saint. Even if he did not take the ancient road of the human race, it did not matter as long as he could obtain the undying god tree. Although Gu Fei had already obtained a fusion path fruit, it was still too little. Greetings, old prefecture master. At this moment, the three sons of the Middle Continent had arrived. After seeing the old prefecture master, they hurriedly bowed to him. One must know that this old man was the true ruler of the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion. The current old prefecture master of the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion was merely the successor of this old man. The old prefecture master ignored the three sons of the Middle Continent and continued to speak to Gu Fei. Since that's the case, let's leave it to fate. Rumble. After the old prefecture master finished speaking, he immediately drove the chariot in the direction where the undying god tree disappeared. A terrifying pressure emanated from the bronze chariot in all directions. Everyone knew that the old master of the immortal god sect had arrived. They were all extremely shocked and hid far away. To them, the chance to obtain the legendary immortal god tree had already been lost. Aside from a few people, all the human cultivators who entered the wild little world wanted to retreat. After all, the previous master of the Central Province Immortal Mansion was a sage who had sealed himself in the mortal world. One could well imagine the result of going against such an existence. Just a moment ago, even the insufferably arrogant lord of the restricted region was destroyed by this old man. Many people retreated from the restricted area. They did not want to participate in this fight because it would cause them to lose their lives at any time. Even though the undying god tree was extremely important to every cultivator, no one was willing to take the risk knowing that they would be killed in this fight. It must be said that those who were able to enter the savage small world were all extraordinary people. The majority of the people realized this and left. Only an extremely small number of people still held on to hope and wanted to reap the benefits. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying shockwave spread out from the center of the restricted area. Following that, the old master's hoarse voice rang out. Wuqilan, you still want to make things difficult for me after your death. A powerful force that could shake the entire savage small world erupted from the depths of the restricted area. The entire savage small world trembled. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. It was as if the world was going to end. What's going on? Gu Fei, who was facing off against the three sons of the Middle Continent, felt uneasy. The heaven and earth energy of the savage small world had suddenly become unstable. The three sons of the Middle Continent were bewildered as well. Even though the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion had yet to truly control this place, other than the restricted area, the other areas of the savage small world were all under their control. The only uncertain factor was the restricted area. Even though the lord of the restricted area was forced by the old master of the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire formation to release all the seals on his body and died as a result, no one knew what else the lord of the restricted area had left behind. This part of the world is going to be destroyed. The chaotic heaven and earth energy was sensed by all the experts. This was the prerequisite for the destruction of the world. The heaven and earth energy had already lost its balance and became extremely chaotic. In the end, this part of the world would directly collapse and turn back into chaos. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the depths of the restricted area. After that, everyone felt a violent tremor under their feet. After that, they saw a surge of chaotic chi shooting up into the sky from the depths of the restricted area. The void began to shatter, and pitch-black spatial cracks extended out from the depths of the restricted area. Swish! A beam of divine light shot up into the sky, breaking through the void and disappearing high up in the sky. Some people chose to leave the savage small world and directly crush the talisman in their hands. This part of the world was really collapsing. Some people didn't want to be affected and directly left the savage small world. Before entering the savage small world, everyone received a talisman from the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion that allowed them to leave the savage small world. At this time, an ancient teleportation array in the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion suddenly emitted a ball of divine light. A figure walked out from the divine light. Someone finally came out from the savage small world. The disciples of the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion who were waiting outside the ancient teleportation array were immediately alarmed. At this time, there was a huge change in the savage small world. The Middle Continent Immortal Mansion's old chief once again displayed his supreme divine might. He did not hesitate to use the Nine Dragons' divine fire pillar at the cost of his vitality, wanting to stop this self-destructing part of the world. Boom! The 9 pillars of fire appeared again. The supreme power of the divine path spread from the 9 pillars of fire, shocking the heavens. The originally chaotic power of the world was immediately suppressed. The collapse that occurred in the depths of the restricted area did not really spread. The chaotic chi was forcibly suppressed by the supreme power of the divine path. Gu Fei looked at the towering pillars of fire before him and directly crushed the talisman in his hand. A ball of divine light rushed out from his hand, wrapped around him, and then shot up into the sky. He knew that the fight for the Tree of Immortality was already over. Because the tree of immortality was no longer in this part of the world, he could no longer sense its aura. The tree of immortality might have escaped into the chaos. Divine light continued to shoot up into the sky, like meteors that defied the heavens. They shot up into the sky and then suddenly disappeared. The cultivators who entered the savage small world were leaving. The aura of the tree of immortality could be sensed in every corner of the savage small world. It was the unique fluctuation of the fruit of way when it ripened. However, at this time, no one could sense the aura that could allow one to comprehend the way. Chapter 2026. The top 500 in the Middle Province Grand Competition represented the 500 strongest demi-saints of Buzhou Ancestral Star. However, after the battle in the Wildlands, more than 300 of them had perished there. The news quickly spread across the entire cultivation world of Buzhou Ancestral Star. The entire cultivation world was in an uproar, for this was not a trivial matter. There were experts from all the major regions who had fallen in the Wildlands. Some of the great sects only had 1 or 2 demi-saints, but they had all perished. This was definitely a fatal blow to the great sections. The entire cultivation world of Buzhou Ancestral Star was in turmoil. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples, and the entire planet was shrouded in the aura of an impending storm. With so many demi-saints dead, the entire cultivation world was about to undergo a major reshuffle. Apart from the super factions, no other faction could avoid it. The tense atmosphere on Buzhou Ancestral Star had all the factions trembling in fear. No one was willing to be annexed, killed, or become someone else's slave. However, once they were defeated, their life and death were no longer within their control. Soon, some of the smaller factions were either annihilated or annexed. There was no suspense in the outcome. This was a contest of power between the major factions. The fate of the smaller factions that were sandwiched between the major factions was tragic. The vast Middle Province was the most populated region in the entire Buzhou Ancestral Star. There was only one super faction in the Middle Province, the Immortal Mansion of the Middle Province. Apart from the Immortal Mansion of the Middle Province, there were countless other factions of various sizes, but none of them were attached to the giant tree that was the Immortal Mansion of the Middle Province. At this moment, the Immortal Mansion of the Middle Province had no time to fend for itself. Thus, a superstorm that swept across the entire Buzhou Ancestral Star erupted with the Immortal Mansion of the Middle Province as the source. War broke out everywhere in the Middle Province. Various sects were waging war against each other. For a time, the land was plunged into misery and suffering. No one knew how many living beings were killed. After leaving the Immortal Mansion of the Middle Province, Gu Fei noticed that someone was following him. He merely used a camouflage technique to catch the person who was following him. The person who was following Gu Fei was the Iron Blood Taoist. During the chaos in the wild small world, Gu Fei had no time to care about the Iron Blood Taoist. He didn't expect the Iron Blood Taoist to survive. Gu Fei soon realized why the Iron Blood Taoist was following him. This guy wanted to follow him. It was normal for the weak to follow the strong. The 13 Iron Blood Flags was not a small force. It was not a bad thing to be able to control this force. However, the Central Prefecture was currently embroiled in disputes, and the situation of the 13 Iron Blood Flags at the border between the Central Prefecture and the Southern Prefecture was not so optimistic. One must know that even in the past, there were people from the Immortal Manor of the Central Province and the Ziyun clan who wanted to annihilate this group of bandits. Now that this opportunity presented itself, these people might not miss it. The southern region was in chaos as well, but the Ziyun clan was extremely powerful. They quickly sent out experts to suppress the chaos that had just emerged. At this moment, the soldiers of the 10 great sects under the Ziyun clan were gathering in the southern region of Buzhou. The Ziyun clan was unwilling to stay in the south, and it just so happened that the Central Prefecture was in chaos. Most importantly, there was accurate news that the old patriarch of the Central Prefecture had been greatly injured in the battle in the wild small world. The Immortal Manor of the Central Prefecture no longer had the power to suppress the chaos. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Ziyun clan, this was a rare opportunity. The territory of the Ziyun clan would no longer be limited to the southern region of the ancestral planet Buzhou. At the location of the Fire God Palace, one of the 10 great sects of the south, there was a towering crimson mountain that resembled flames. Countless soldiers wearing flaming armor and wielding flaming spears gathered on it. It was noon. The sun hung high in the sky, and the Fire God Peak was steaming hot. Crimson rays of light and mist lingered around it. If one were to observe carefully, they would see that the sunlight from the sun was constantly being absorbed by the mountain. The essence of the sun was constantly gathering inside the mountain. The sky above the mountain peak was densely packed with fiery red figures. A shocking murderous aura spread across the sky and earth. "Warriors, it's time for us to conquer the world," an old voice rang out. At the front of the battle formation, an old general standing on a crimson chariot announced to the countless soldiers,
Fight!
"Fight! Fight!" As soon as the old general finished speaking, the countless soldiers raised their flaming spears and roared. Their voices were earth-shattering and reverberated through the entire region. "All right, let's go. Let's regain our ancient glory." The old general brandished the divine spear in his hands, and then he controlled the scarlet war chariot, rushing into the sky, rushing into the distance. At the same time, the countless soldiers also rose into the air, maintaining an orderly battle formation, chasing after the old general, rushing into the distance. The war had begun. The people of the Ziyun clan wanted to reclaim the glory of the ancient sovereigns and unite the entire Buzhou ancestral star. 10 divisions of fighters were gathering, and the Fire God Division was only one of them. At this time, in the Phoenix Nest, in the base of the 13 iron blood banners, the 13 great bandits had gathered together. At this time, the 13 great bandits, who were usually fearless, now had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The news that the Ziyun clan wanted to invade the Middle Continent had already spread far and wide. The 13 Iron Blood banners happened to be situated between the Middle Continent and the Southern region. This location was not a good thing for the 13 Iron Blood banners. "Ada, what should we do? The boss isn't here. I've received news that the Fire Cloud soldiers of the Fire God Palace are coming for us." A man with a full beard and black armor said to a middle-aged Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and holding a 5-colored feather fan who was sitting at the head of the table. "What else can we do? Send a message to the boss and ask him to come back as soon as possible." The middle-aged man waved his feather fan. He seemed very calm. "I'll do it right away." The bearded man hurriedly stood up when he heard this, and then he walked out. "Ada, I'm afraid that the boss won't be able to come back in time." One of the 13 great bandits, a handsome young bandit with a pale face, spoke with a worried tone. This young bandit looked very young, but none of the bandits present dared to underestimate this young bandit. This pale-faced gentleman was a ruthless character. He had once swept through 7 cultivation sects in a single day. He had killed every single one of them, not sparing even a chicken or a dog. The name of the handsome man had existed for thousands of years. Although the soldiers of the Fire God Palace are powerful, we're not that easy to bully. The most important thing now is to find the spy as soon as possible. If not for the spy, how could the people of the Fire God Palace know the location of the Phoenix Nest? A cold glint flashed across the middle-aged Taoist's eyes as a cold, murderous aura emanated from his body. Chapter 2027. Rumble. The heavens and the earth shook. The soldiers of the Fire God Palace floated across the sky like flaming clouds. The murderous aura they emitted was earth-shattering. Wherever they passed, the void rippled. The Fire God Palace was the most powerful among the 10 groups. Therefore, they were the first to attack. Some people said that there was a saint in the Fire God Palace who had sealed himself. If this was true, the Fire God Palace alone would be able to invade the central continent. Wherever the Fire God warrior soldiers passed by, countless living beings would tremble. There were 100,000 Fire God warrior soldiers that formed 10 phalanx formations, and their weapons were unstoppable. An ordinary cultivation force would not be able to gather such a troop of soldiers. The 10 great sects of the southern region were far more profound than outsiders could imagine. After all, the 10 groups were the inheritances of the 10 saints who had once followed the Purple Cloud Sovereign. After a few hours, The 100,000 fire god soldiers entered the mountain range at the border between the central continent and the southern region. Sensing the murderous aura gathered by the countless soldiers, all the wild beasts in the mountains fell silent. Are they finally here? In the phoenix nest, the 13 bandits stood up. At this moment, 10 scarlet-red clouds appeared on the horizon. These 10 clouds were quickly drifting towards the phoenix nest. Third brother, have you found out who the spy is? At this time, the middle-aged Taoist with the 5-colored feather fan could no longer remain calm. The other party had attacked the phoenix nest with all their strength. This was beyond his expectations. Ada, that person is hiding too well. The bearded man said in shame. He did not find the spy, but he was sure that the spy was still in the phoenix nest. When will the Iron Blood Boss return? The middle-aged Taoist continued to ask. The Iron Blood Boss is already on his way. The bearded man said quickly. Very well, then we will wait until the Iron Blood Boss returns. The middle-aged Taoist gave the order, and the other bandits immediately dispersed. The 12 bandits directly took over the operation of the phoenix nest and guarded every key place.
Buzz.
The void shook, and the phoenix nest's protective formation was activated. A transparent dome instantly covered the entire phoenix nest. Since the establishment of the Iron Blood 13 flags, it was the first time they had encountered such a crisis.
Yes.
High up in the sky, the old general leading the 100,000 fire god battle soldiers sensed the fluctuation coming from the phoenix nest, and a powerful sage-level aura spread out.
Stop.
When they were several hundred miles away from the phoenix nest, the old general standing on the scarlet flame war chariot raised the divine spear in his hand and loudly issued an order. The 10 fiery clouds immediately stopped high in the sky.
Set up camp.
The old general's voice was once again transmitted into the ears of every fire cloud warrior, and the 10 fire clouds immediately descended from the sky into the mountain ridge. Soon enough, camps began to appear in the forest. The phoenix nest's great defensive formation had already been activated. That was a saint-rank great formation, and it would definitely be difficult to break through it in a short period of time. The old general was very cautious. He did not want to lose troops right from the start. These bastards, they actually didn't attack immediately. In the phoenix nest, the middle-aged Taoist's expression was extremely solemn. The other party had come forcefully. If he attacked in one go, he could also dampen the other party's spirit. The opponent's cautiousness made the middle-aged Taoist feel a lot of pressure. It was not difficult to imagine that the other party was waiting. When they felt that they could break through the phoenix nest's great defensive formation, they would launch a thunderous attack and completely destroy the phoenix nest. Could it be that they are waiting for the Ziyun clan? Behind the middle-aged Taoist, the pale-faced gentleman said. This person was the second eldest of the 13 bandits. He was very powerful and was the core of the 13 bandits. Pass down the order. Defend with all your strength. We have to hold on until the Iron Blood Boss returns, the middle-aged Taoist said. Since the other party did not attack immediately, he had time to find the mole. He wanted to see who dared to betray the Iron Blood 13 flags. At this time, the Iron Blood Taoist was still on his way. Even with his cultivation, it would take him 1 or 2 days to return to the phoenix nest from the middle state immortal abode. Swoosh! A teleportation platform in a city lit up. A ball of divine light appeared, and 2 figures walked out. They were Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist had decided to follow Gu Fei. He was willing to serve Gu Fei as his master. Since his subordinates were in trouble, Gu Fei naturally would not sit idly by and allow the Iron Blood 13 flags to be destroyed. Thus, Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist rushed to the phoenix nest. However, even if they used the teleportation platforms in the cities of the Middle State, it would take them at least a day to rush back to the phoenix nest. Moreover, the entire Middle State was not peaceful at this time. Some cities were heavily guarded, and even the teleportation formations in the cities were sealed. They were afraid that the enemy would use the teleportation platforms to kill their way into the city. Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist encountered such a situation a few times. As soon as they appeared on the teleportation platform, countless ritual implements came crashing at them. If it were not for the fact that Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were much stronger than the attackers, they would have been injured. The middle state immortal abode could no longer take care of these forces. The middle state was in chaos. The forces of the middle state wanted to take advantage of the middle state immortal abode's lack of time to deal with them. They wanted to seize more territory. By the time the people of the middle state immortal abode returned and had the ability to suppress the chaos, the middle state had already been completely reshuffled. The outcome was already set. Even the middle state immortal abode had nothing to say. Why did the Ziyun clan suddenly attack the Iron Blood 13 flags? Gu Fei was puzzled. Didn't they say that no one knew where the phoenix nest was? Did someone capture the core disciples of the Iron Blood 13 flags and force them to reveal the location of the phoenix nest? There might be a traitor among us, the Iron Blood Taoist said hatefully. Traitor. A cold light flashed through Gu Fei's eyes. There was a traitor among the Iron Blood 13 flags? Who was it? Could it be one of the 13 bandits? A traitor was not a small matter. Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist continued towards the celestial Venerate city. At this time, the city had already been sealed. The 10 divisions sent by the Ziyun clan had already set off. There was news that the 100,000 Fire God soldiers of the Fire God Palace had already arrived a few thousand miles away from the city. They had already set up camp. In the celestial Venerate city's lord's residence, Lord Zhao Wuji glanced at the officials and generals on his left and right with a gloomy expression. His might without anger made the officials and generals on both sides tremble in fear. Zhao Wuji had already noticed the movements of the 10 divisions of the Ziyun clan, but he did not expect them to move so quickly. Report. Chapter 2028. Just as Zhao Wuji was at his wit's end, his spy reported that the Flaming God combat soldiers were heading towards the base of the 13 Iron Blood Flags, Phoenix Nest. The base of the mysterious 13 Iron Blood Flags, Phoenix Nest, had finally been discovered. Those bastards of Ziyun clan are trying to get rid of this thorn in their side. After the spy retreated, Zhao Wuji fell into deep thought. It wasn't hard to imagine the action of the Flaming God combat soldiers. Ziyun clan wanted to be free of worries, which was why they attacked the 13 Iron Blood Flags. The true controller of the 13 Iron Blood Flags wasn't the 13 Great Bandits, but an expert called Iron Blood Taoist. He was a great perfection quasi-saint. A great perfection quasi-saint was an existence that would be a hero no matter where he went. The threat of a great perfection quasi-saint couldn't be underestimated. Ziyun clan didn't want to be stabbed in the back by the 13 Iron Blood Flags during the war with Middle Province. This worry wasn't without reason, because the 13 Iron Blood Flags was a bandit force that didn't belong to any side. As long as the price was right, this bandit force would become a sharp knife to the other side. Pass down my order. Gather the silver armor city guards of the immortal Venerable city. Zhao Wuji pondered for a long time before issuing this order. The silver-armored city guards were the strongest soldiers in the immortal Venerate city. They were a trump card of Zhao Wuji, the city lord, who was stationed in the city. There weren't many of them, only 3,000 of them. However, each of them had the strength of a great expert. This was an army with immortal emperors as its soldiers. Because the immortal Venerable city was located at the border between Middle Province and Southern Province, it was responsible for guarding the throat of Southern Province. Therefore, Immortal Mansion of Middle Province didn't hesitate to send 3,000 silver armor city guards to the immortal Venerable city. Very soon, 3,000 silver-armored city guards gathered in a training field in the celestial Venerable city. After the formation of the guards, Zhao Wuji didn't give any other orders. He was waiting for the people of Fire God Palace to attack the 13 Iron Blood Flags. Zhao Wuji wanted to defeat the 100,000 Flaming God soldiers of Fire God Palace. This wasn't a crazy idea. It was possible. One should know that although there were only 3,000 silver-armored city guards, every single one of them was an immortal emperor. A single immortal emperor could sweep through an entire region. Now, there were 3,000 immortal emperors. This was a powerful force that even the Ziyun clan had to be wary of. Among the 100,000 soldiers of Fire God Palace, the number of immortal emperors was less than that of immortal Venerable city. There were at most a few hundred immortal emperors among the 100,000 soldiers. Time was ticking away, and everyone was waiting. In the camp of the Fire God warriors, In the main tent of the 100,000 fire god warriors, the old battle general was sitting in the seat of honor. Below him stood dozens of battle generals. Why isn't Zi Yunlong here yet? This is a war, not a game. If he still doesn't come, I'll have to serve him according to military law. The old general's voice was extremely cold. He was waiting for an important member of the Ziyun clan, but this person had yet to appear. Old general, your temper is still so big. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded from outside the main tent. Hearing this voice, everyone in the main tent heaved a sigh of relief. Zi Yunlong, get your ass in here. The old general didn't have a good expression towards the person outside and yelled directly. Zi Yunlong was the army supervisor for this expedition. His duty was to monitor the movements of the fire god's combat troops. Every 10 spectral troops had such a duty. Old general, are you going to fight? At this moment, a silhouette flashed at the entrance of the main tent. A young cultivator with a slightly plump body walked in. The cultivator always had a smirk on his face. Bring it here. The old general extended his hand towards Zi Yunlong and said, Hee hee, old man. I knew you couldn't help but want to kill someone. Zi Yunshao smiled and took out 19 purple divine arrows. A Saint Chi immediately appeared in the main tent. Ancient Dao runes could be vaguely seen on the 19 divine swords. The pressuring saintly aura was emanating from these 19 divine arrows. There are arrows but no bow. The old general's face immediately darkened. Old man, how can there be arrows but no bow? Zi Yunlong extended his left hand, and a purple divine bow immediately appeared in his hand. Very well, the sky splitter bow and the world-piercing arrow. No matter how powerful the formation of the 13 iron blood banners is, we can break it with one arrow. The old general's eyes lit up when he saw Zi Yunlong take out the purple divine bow. This was a great treasure of the Ziyun clan. The sky splitter bow and the world-piercing arrow were not simple. They were said to be able to pierce through the 3 realms with one arrow. The old general was waiting for Zi Yunlong to bring the bow before attacking the phoenix nest. Now that the bow and arrows were here, it was time to attack the phoenix nest. At night, 10,000 fire god warriors rushed into the sky under the lead of a general and attacked the phoenix nest. As the 10,000 fire god warriors charged towards the phoenix nest, a young cultivator stood high up in the sky and knocked an arrow. Rumble. As the young cultivator slowly drew the purple divine bow in his hand, the spiritual chi in the surroundings was immediately attracted and frantically gathered towards the divine bow in the young cultivator's hand. The purple divine arrow madly devoured the spiritual chi that gathered from all directions. 9 divine runes of the Great Path appeared on the body of the arrow. These were runes that only saints could condense. A vast aura of the divine path emanated from the arrow. Oh no! In the sky above the phoenix nest, the middle-aged Taoist who sensed the Saint Chi looked up into the sky. When he saw the young cultivator slowly drawing the divine bow in his hand, the middle-aged Taoist could not help but narrow his eyes. Behind the middle-aged Taoist were countless soldiers. This was the true power of the 13 Great Bandits, a group of soldiers that could dominate the world. Retreat! Everyone retreat to the forbidden area, quick! The middle-aged Taoist shouted. Then, countless figures flew down from the sky and quickly disappeared into the depths of the phoenix nest. Usually, only the Iron Blood Taoist could enter the forbidden area of the phoenix nest. But now that it was a matter of life and death, the middle-aged Taoist made a prompt decision and led the 12 great bandits and countless soldiers to temporarily hide in the forbidden area. Swoosh! Just as the middle-aged Taoist was hiding in the forbidden area with countless soldiers, a divine arrow was shot down from the sky. Boom! Like a purple divine rainbow descending from the sky, the divine arrow directly stabbed into the transparent light screen above the phoenix nest. Then, the entire divine arrow exploded, causing a huge hole with a radius of 1,000 feet to appear in the transparent light screen. The saint-level formation had been broken. Kill. Chapter 2029.
Attack.
The divine general on the Crimson Flame war chariot roared. 10,000 Vulcan warriors surged forward and charged into the phoenix nest through the gap.
Buzz.
Just as the Vulcan warriors entered the phoenix nest, the void suddenly trembled. Rays of dazzling divine light shot out from the phoenix nest, piercing through the void towards the Vulcan warriors.
Swish.
The hundreds of Vulcan warriors at the front were instantly pierced by the divine light and fell from the sky. Blood rained down from the sky. What? The divine general couldn't help but be astonished by this scene. Formation. The divine general roared. The Vulcan warriors moved quickly and a formation diagram appeared in the void. Kill. The divine general took the lead and charged forward. The power of the formation was vast and mighty. Over 10,000 Vulcan warriors formed a killing formation and pushed forward. Rays of divine light that could pierce through immortals were all blocked by the power of the formation, unable to hurt any of the Vulcan warriors. Rumble. The divine fire was burning. The killing formation formed by over 10,000 Vulcan warriors emitted fiery light. This was the solar true fire, capable of burning everything in the world. As long as it was burned by the divine fire that rushed out of the killing formation, even divine metal would be turned into flying ashes. The power of the solar true fire condensed by the formation was still increasing. The god general's heart was bleeding after losing over 100 fire god combat soldiers all at once. Those were immortal-level combat soldiers. The amount of effort needed to cultivate such a combat soldier was unimaginable. Kill all these trash. The divine general roared. However, he found that there was no one in the phoenix nest. It was as if the people here had vanished into thin air. How can this be? The divine general controlled the killing formation and went on a rampage in the phoenix nest. Countless seals were triggered by the formation, but these seals that could kill immortals and even almighties couldn't do anything to the Vulcan warriors. The power displayed by the 100 Vulcan warriors was definitely comparable to a half-saint. These fire god warrior soldiers were only at the immortal realm. After tens of thousands of them formed a formation, they could actually display the power of a semi-saint. Such a formation was indeed extraordinary. Ada, let me go out and kill all these bastards, the bearded man said hatefully. He was furious when he saw the phoenix nest being destroyed by the formation formed by the tens of thousands of fire god battle soldiers. Calm down. The middle-aged Taoist waved the feather fan in his hand and closed his eyes to rest. After retreating into the Forbidden Land, the middle-aged Taoist calmed down. This Forbidden Land was not an ordinary place that could allow those fellows to barge in. The forbidden area of the Phoenix Nest was the most important place in the Phoenix Nest. The Iron Blood Taoist had set up layers of killing arrays around the forbidden area. Even a great perfection quasi-sage wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. Most importantly, the Iron Blood Taoist's forbidden area had been isolated by his great magic power, so no one could sense the existence of the forbidden area. The forbidden area was hidden in the void. Unless one knew the ins and outs, no one would be able to find the exact location of the forbidden area. What's going on? Where are the 13 bandits? Ziyunlong flew down from the sky. He held the divine bow in his hand and scanned the surroundings with his divine eyes. However, no matter how he turned the phoenix nest upside down, he couldn't find a single person. They've all escaped. This is impossible. Ziyunlong knew that they had already sealed the void within a radius of 1,000 miles. No one could use the teleportation formation to escape. However, the 13 bandits were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that there's a secret place in the phoenix nest? Ziyunlong stood in the air and mumbled to himself. His eyes were constantly flickering. The phoenix nest was the Iron Blood Taoist's nest. There might be a secret that he didn't know about. Greetings, young Master Long. When the god general saw Ziyunlong, he hurriedly rushed out of the formation and bowed to Ziyunlong. All of you retreat. Help me ask Supreme Flame to send a few experts over. Ziyunlong said. It was impossible for these people to find the secret place in the phoenix nest. If the 13 bandits were really in the phoenix nest, then they must be hiding in that secret place.
Yes.
The heavenly general hurriedly accepted the order. He then gathered his soldiers and left the phoenix nest. No matter where you hide, I will find you one by one. Ziyunlong's murderous intent rose. At this moment, his eyes were as bright as the stars. He scanned the surroundings. At this time, the buildings in the phoenix nest had already been burned down by the divine fire. The solar fire was no ordinary divine fire. Anything that was burned by it would be burned down. It was difficult to preserve anything. The phoenix nest that used to be like a fairyland was now in ruins. These bastards. In the forbidden area, everyone who saw this scene through the dazzling light mirror was furious. They wanted to rush out and fight the divine fire soldiers. The Iron Blood leader should be back soon, the middle-aged Taoist suddenly said. When the Iron Blood Taoist returned, it would be the time for them to counterattack. They were still waiting, but it was hard to say if the Iron Blood Taoist would let them wait. The Ziyun clan was no ordinary clan. This was the inheritance of a sovereign. No one knew how deep their heritage was. It was hard to say that no one could find this forbidden area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a few figures appeared around Ziyun Long. Greetings, young Master Long. They were 3 heavenly generals. The 3 heavenly generals bowed to Ziyun Long. Ziyun Long was one of the most outstanding disciples in the Ziyun clan apart from the Z siblings. This time, Ziyun Long and Divine General Hua Zun of the Fire God Palace were the vanguard of the Ziyun clan. Divine General Hua Zun was an old general who had lived for countless years. In the Fire God Palace, there weren't many old heavenly generals like him. The young heavenly generals of the Fire God Palace could not be compared to the old heavenly generals. You guys, go and see where those bastards are hiding. Ziyun Long's lazy voice was heard. Yes. The 3 heavenly generals bowed and accepted the order. They then split up. The 3 heavenly generals carefully checked every corner of the phoenix nest. One of the heavenly generals had cultivated a divine eye. On his forehead, the divine eye was opening and closing, and there was a Taoist rhyme lingering in it. Another heavenly general had cultivated a pair of clairvoyant ears. His ears were about twice the size of an ordinary person's. At this moment, his ears were vibrating slightly, listening to the slightest sound around him. Chapter 2030. The Fire God Palace sent out their 2 generals, Deva Vision and Deva Hearing, as well as the one with the mirror. The 3 generals used their own abilities, intending to ferret out the 13 bandits hiding in the shadows. Whoosh! Deva Vision's eyes flashed with fire, and runes of the Tao appeared faintly. He scanned his surroundings and very quickly found a space that had been created by a forbidden spell. Boom! Without any hesitation, the purple cloud dragon broke through the void created by the great power. Screams rang out and clouds of blood mist appeared. The destructive power of the space was too great. Ziyun Long did not even need to attack again. The shattered space was enough to grind the people hiding within into bloody mists, killing them both in body and soul. Very soon, the screams could no longer be heard, because almost all the people inside had died in an instant. You're ruthless. An old man in battle armor charged out of the shattered space. He roared, burning the power of the immortal Tao in his body and even his soul as he pounced at Ziyun Long. The old man wanted to take Ziyun Long down with him. Buffed, Ziyun Long raised his hand and smashed the old man who was charging at him into a bloody mist. His body and soul were both destroyed. The difference between the two was too great. In front of Ziyun Long, this old man was not much stronger than an ant. How can I survive in this world if I'm not ruthless? Ziyun Long muttered to himself. The void that was created by his supernatural power completely collapsed and turned into chaos. Then, it shrank inwards and finally turned into a single point that disappeared into the void. Thousands of people died just like that. They couldn't even become ghosts anymore. Roar. Someone roared in the forbidden area. Many people's eyes reddened at the sight. Those were thousands of core members of the Iron Blood 13 banners, and they were killed just like that. Some of the 13 bandits wanted to go out and fight Ziyun Long, but they were all stopped by the middle-aged Taoist. Going out now was no different from committing suicide. Ziyun Long was one of the rising stars of the Ziyun clan. Aside from the Z siblings, Ziyun Long was the only one who could take charge of an area by himself. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the Ziyun clan would not have let Ziyun Long be the overseer of the 100,000 Fire Gods warriors. Here, just as the eyes of the 13 bandits in the forbidden area turned red, another void created by magic power was discovered by the earthly hearing divine general. Through the dazzling light mirror, Everyone in the forbidden area was infuriated when they saw this scene. They wanted nothing more than to rush out and tear divine General Earth into pieces. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as screams of agony rang out. However, the screams did not last long and quickly died down. It was Zi Yunlong again, directly destroying the space. Another few thousand core soldiers of the 13 steel blood flags were instantly wiped out. Not a single one of them could survive the destructive energy ripples. Zi Yunlong. The 13 great bandits gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat Zi Yunlong alive. But right now, they had to endure and wait for their Iron Blood boss to return. Divine General's Heaven Vision and Earth Hearing, as well as Divine General Treasure Mirror, possessed remarkable abilities. The three of them could sense minute fluctuations that others could not. Even Zi Yunlong had to admire the three of them. Among the Divine Generals under the command of the Fire God Palace, there were still some who were truly talented and knowledgeable. Next, another 3 hidden spaces created using spiritual energy were discovered by the 3 heavenly generals. Then, Zi Yunlong made his move and destroyed these 3 spaces. In less than 2 hours, over 10,000 steel-blooded warriors hiding in the secret space had been discovered and slaughtered. The steel-blooded warriors hiding in the secret space did not even have the ability to fight back. The 13 great bandits are still nowhere to be seen. Zi Yunlong continued to kill more than 10,000 Iron Blood soldiers, but he discovered that there were very few true experts among them. There were only a few immortal emperors among them. As for the important figures of the 13 steel blood flags, there was not a single one of them, let alone the 13 great bandits. Suddenly, Zi Yunxiao seemed to have sensed something. Then, a message talisman flew over from afar. With a wave of his hand, the talisman fell into his hand. Forbidden Area. Very quickly, Zi Yunxiao crushed the message talisman, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. No wonder I couldn't find the hiding place of these bastards. So there's a forbidden area here. Zi Yunxiao summoned the 3 divine generals who were still searching for the void in the phoenix nest and ordered them to search in a certain direction. Who is it? Who's the traitor? At this time, the middle-aged Taoist in the forbidden area was really moved. He only found out how to enter this forbidden area not long ago. The other bandits didn't even know where the forbidden area was. However, at the moment of life and death for the 13 Iron Blood flags, as one of the 13 great bandits, Ada, the middle-aged Taoist couldn't care less. He brought a group of the most important figures of the 13 Iron Blood flags and hid in the forbidden area. Just as the middle-aged Taoist was fuming with anger, a roar came from outside. Then, there were sounds of fighting and shouts. Very quickly, the beautiful lady and the bearded man of the 13 great bandits escorted a person into the depths of the forbidden area, into the stone chamber of the middle-aged Taoist. Ada, we've found the traitor. The bearded man said loudly, "It's you." When the middle-aged Taoist saw the person who was escorted in, he couldn't help but be shocked. This person was actually the 13th of the 13 great bandits. Back then, after one of the 13 great bandits was killed by Gu Fei, the 13 Iron Blood flags found another bandit to fill the gap. This person was the bandit of the south, the Black Tiger Lord. This Black Tiger Lord was a lone bandit. His cultivation was not below that of the 13 great bandits. This person was vicious and merciless. He had done shocking things in the past and was hunted by the Ziyun clan. However, no one would have thought that the Black Tiger Lord, who had a great grudge against the Ziyun clan, was actually a traitor of the 13 great bandits. This was unimaginable. When the Black Tiger Lord met the middle-aged Taoist, he was being hunted by the Ziyun clan for thousands of kilometers. He was heavily injured and almost died. Black Tiger Lord, I've treated you well, but you're biting the hand that feeds you. The middle-aged Taoist was so angry that his body was trembling. Could it be that this guy actually put on a show with the Ziyun clan in order to gain his trust? Since you've already found out, I have nothing more to say. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Chapter 2031. The traitor hidden among the 13 bandits finally revealed himself. The second of the 13 bandits and the bearded man were captured and brought to the middle-aged Taoist, Ada, Trying to leak information in the forbidden area? The middle-aged Taoist sneered. This forbidden area was different from other places. This was the place where the Iron-blood Taoist obtained the inheritance of the immortal bird. Therefore, this place was more important to him than anything else. After the Iron-blood Taoist became a quasi-sage, he constantly used his great magical powers to set up countless arrays around this forbidden ground. As long as there was any abnormal movement in the forbidden ground, the people in the forbidden ground would be able to sense it. Through the dazzling light mirror, the Black Tiger Lord saw that Zhi Yunlong and the others were unable to find the phoenix nest hidden in the void. Thus, he tried to send a message talisman to Zhi Yunlong. This way, the Black Tiger Lord exposed himself. 13th brother, you've joined the 13 banners for 8 or 9 years. The brothers haven't mistreated you, have they? The handsome man stared at the Black Tiger Lord and said coldly. He was shocked and furious that there was a traitor among his sworn brothers. You guys haven't mistreated me, but I'm from the Ziyun clan, so I can only apologize. The Black Tiger Lord was very straightforward. He knew that Ada and the others would never let him go after he led the soldiers of the Fire God Palace into the phoenix nest. Very well, drag him out. The middle-aged Taoist waved the multicolored feather fan in his hand and said coldly. There was no need to say anything else. His tone was filled with cold killing intent. Ada, after all, they were sworn brothers. The bearded man could not bear to do this. However, under the gaze of the middle-aged Taoist, the bearded man still lowered his head. Thank you, Ada, for giving me a quick death. The Black Tiger Lord knew that he was going to die, but he did not regret it. This was what he owed the Ziyun clan. When he successfully infiltrated the 13 bandits, he already knew that this day would come. The 13 bandits treated their sworn brothers well, but they would never be merciful to a traitor. Let's go. The middle-aged Taoist waved his hand. The jade-faced pretty lady and the bearded man then escorted the Black Tiger Lord out of the middle-aged Taoist's stone room. Soon, the Black Tiger Lord was dealt with. In the stone chamber, the middle-aged Taoist sighed and sat down cross-legged again. He closed his eyes. The news of the Black Tiger Lord being a traitor made everyone feel incredulous. How could such a monster that dominated the South be a member of the Ziyun clan? However, the crowd had no choice but to believe it when the evidence was conclusive. As a result, a purge began in the forbidden area. The 13 great bandits were all vicious people, and Black Tiger Lord's subordinates were all killed by the other bandits. At this time, the Forbidden Land was also facing a new crisis. With Black Tiger Lord's information transmission talisman, Zhi Yunlong, who was outside, finally sensed some clues. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the phoenix nest. Zhi Yunlong's eyes flickered. He already knew where the 13 great bandits were hiding. That place should be a place similar to the heavenly abode. Moreover, someone had used great powers and magical powers to completely isolate the heavenly abode from the outside world. It was in a wondrous state that did not belong to the 3 realms and had jumped out of the 5 elements. It would not be easy to find this heavenly abode. Swoosh! Divine General Heaven Vision activated the divine eye between his brows and scanned the area in front of him. Ripples visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the void that was swept by the divine light from his divine eye. However, there seemed to be an impenetrable barrier in the void in front of him. Although there were ripples, it was difficult to see anything. What a clever move! Divine General Heaven Vision sighed and retracted the divine light from his divine eye. Let me. The Divine General of Treasure Mirror walked forward with the divine mirror in his hand and activated a spell. Divine patterns of the Great Path immediately appeared on the mirror in his hand, and Tao power condensed on the mirror. Swoosh! The Divine General of Treasure Mirror shone the mirror in his hand forward. A dazzling beam of light immediately rushed out from the mirror. Under the mirror's illumination, ripples visible to the naked eye also appeared in the void. The crowd could not help but be shocked when they saw this. Even the Divine General of Treasure Mirror's mirror could not penetrate the void in front of them. The forbidden land of the Phoenix Nest should be here. However, although they had found the location of the forbidden land, they could not find the entrance. Zhi Yunlong snorted coldly and walked forward. He struck out with his palm, and the powerful divine power of the immortal path condensed into a giant hand that slammed forward. Boom! The void that had been frozen by the divine mirror general's mirror light was instantly shattered by Zhi Yunlong's giant hand. However, to everyone's astonishment, although Zhi Yunlong's attack had unleashed the chaotic energy, it was still unable to penetrate the forbidden area. Looks like I'll have to ask that old man Supreme Flame to personally take action. Zhi Yunlong frowned. He saw that the void that he had pierced through was rapidly repairing itself. Soon, the void in front of him was completely repaired, as if it had never been pierced in the first place. You want to penetrate the Forbidden Land? In the stone chamber of the Forbidden Land, the middle-aged Taoist could not help but sneer when he saw the scene outside. If it was so easy to penetrate, the Forbidden Land would not be the most important place in the Phoenix Nest. As Ade of the 13 Great Bandits, the middle-aged Taoist knew a few things about the Forbidden Land. This Forbidden Land was the cultivation ground of the ancient, immortal Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist had obtained the Immortal Bird Mysterious technique that the Immortal Taoist had created here. The Immortal Bird Mysterious technique was a supreme cultivation method. It was said that after cultivating it to the Great Accomplishment realm, the cultivator would obtain the legendary Immortal Bird's magical powers. At that moment, Zhi Yunlong and the others outside had already sent out their talismans. Soon, a scarlet flame chariot drove over from afar and entered the Phoenix Nest. Why did young Master Long summon me? Is there anything in this world that young Master Long can't do? On top of the scarlet flame war chariot stood an old general in battle armor. This old general's body was surrounded by divine flames, making him look like an ancient fire god. He gave off an incomparably powerful pressure. The person who came was the leader of the 100,000 Fire God's warriors, Divine General Flame. To be able to become Supreme Flame, this old man's cultivation and seniority were second only to one person in the Fire God Palace. Apart from the Fire God Palace Lord, it was now the turn of the 3 Fire God Palace Lords. Divine General Flame did not have a good attitude towards Zhi Yunlong. Old man Supreme Flame, you really talk a lot of nonsense. Chapter 2032. Rumble. The entire Phoenix Nest had been destroyed. Huge flags were stuck in the void, and every flag had a towering divine flame rushing out. There were a total of 81 flags that sealed a part of the void. This was a huge battle. Divine General Huazun had set up a raging inferno killing array with his divine power. The part of the void that was sealed by the raging inferno killing array was the most important place in the Phoenix Nest. It was the forbidden area of the Phoenix Nest that had been cut off from the outside world by the Iron Blood Taoist. The forbidden area of the Phoenix Nest was not within the 3 realms. It had jumped out of the 5 elements and had been completely moved into the primal chaos by the Iron Blood Taoist. Only those who had the unique technique imparted by the Iron Blood Taoist could enter. The towering divine flame surrounded the void that was hidden in the primal chaos. Divine General Huazun wanted to burn the Phoenix Nest into ashes with the divine flame. His goal was very clear. He wanted to wipe out the 13 Great Bandits in one go. As long as the defensive formation outside the Phoenix Nest was broken, the people inside would not be able to escape death. Old man Huazun, you are ruthless. Outside the raging inferno killing array, Zhi Yunlong gave Divine General Huazun a thumbs up. Ordinary people did not have this kind of courage. It should be known that those were the 13 Great Bandits. Even Zhi Yunlong did not think of wiping out the 13 Great Bandits in one go, because there were more than 10 half-saints. The weakest of the 13 Great Bandits had the cultivation of a pinnacle almighty. No matter how arrogant Zhi Yunlong was, it was impossible for him to kill all 13 Great Bandits in one go, especially when there was still the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist had once subdued the 13 Great Bandits with his own strength. This person was definitely a ruthless character. Even Zhi Yunlong did not dare to say that he could definitely kill the Iron Blood Taoist. Rumble. The 81 flags were fluttering. Even from thousands of miles away, one could still see the flames. The terrifying temperature had burned the void into oblivion. The Phoenix Nest forbidden area had already been burned into the primal chaos. There was only a huge spherical void floating in the primal chaos. The huge spherical void was wrapped in a thick layer of spatial screen. There were countless interweaving Tao patterns on it. What should we do? In the phoenix nest forbidden ground, the middle-aged Taoist stopped waving the five-colored feather fan in his hand. The blazing inferno formation set up by divine General Huazun was too terrifying. It was definitely a sage-level formation. Golden crows could be faintly seen within the boundless divine fire. The 81 banners drew upon the power of the sun in the sky. Legend has it that the ancient fire god was born from the sun. Only after countless years did the sun give birth to another golden bird. The innate fire god was an existence of the sovereign level. The fire god palace was not the inheritance of the ancient sovereign fire god. The fire god palace was just an inheritance passed down by an ancient fire saint who cultivated the power of fire and became a sage under the ancient purple cloud sovereign. There were many saints under the command of the purple cloud honorable, and fire saint was one of the 5 element saints under the purple cloud honorable. However, even if the fire god palace was not the inheritance of the ancient sovereign fire god, it was still the genuine inheritance of the ancient saint. The blazing golden crow formation was also one of the trump cards of the fire god palace. The blazing golden crow formation was a true sage-level formation. It was a killing formation created by the founder of the fire god palace after countless years of deduction. The primordial fire saint had fought for the violet cloud sovereign with this formation and had once made a name for himself. He was one of the few powerhouses under the violet cloud sovereign. What's going on, Iron Blood Boss? Why isn't he back yet? The second of the 13 bandits couldn't sit still at this time. Although the restrictive spell on the periphery of the Phoenix Nest forbidden area could still resist the raging inferno array outside, this wasn't a long-term solution because the raging inferno array had sealed the Phoenix Nest forbidden area and isolated everything. The operation of the Phoenix Nest Great Array consumed spiritual energy. Once the spirit chi inside the Phoenix Nest was depleted, these arrays would collapse on their own. The 13 bandits knew about this, but at this time, they could not do anything. If they rushed out now, they would definitely be trapped in the blazing inferno formation and be refined to death. Iron Blood Boss might have returned. The middle-aged Taoist's eyes became deep. If that was the case, then Iron Blood Boss must be planning a way to defeat the Fire God soldiers in one fell swoop. I hope so. The other 13 bandits were hoping that Iron Blood Taoist could give the invading Fire God soldiers a heavy blow. It would be best if the Fire God soldiers were defeated. However, it did not seem to be easy to defeat 100,000 Fire God soldiers in one fell swoop. At this time, in the sky outside the Celestial Honor City, the everlasting City Lord of the Celestial Honor City could not help but frown as he looked at the blazing flames in the distance. I didn't expect this. The everlasting City Lord of the Celestial Honor City muttered to himself. He was not unfamiliar with the blazing golden crow formation of the Fire God Palace. He had fought with the 3 Flame Supremes of the Fire God Palace in the past. He did not expect that Divine General Hua would actually use the blazing golden crow formation to attack the Phoenix Nest. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the 13 bandits. The strength of the 13 bandits was much stronger than he had imagined. My lord, now that Old Man Supreme Hua is attacking the Phoenix Nest with all his might, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Behind the everlasting City Lord, a silver-armored, immortal general took a step forward and bowed to the everlasting City Lord. The everlasting City Lord looked at the blazing flames in the distance and pondered. Old Man Supreme Hua is very cunning. He is an old fox. Let's wait and see. The everlasting City Lord said. He and Divine General Hua were old rivals, and he had a certain understanding of the other party's temperament. Since Divine General Hua dared to use the blazing golden crow formation to attack the Phoenix Nest, it was likely that he had a powerful backup in the camp. If the everlasting City Lord were to attack rashly, he might fall into a trap. He had to be cautious when fighting against an old antique who had experienced many battles. At this time, Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist had indeed arrived near the Celestial Honor City, but they were not in a hurry to take action. They realized that the Celestial Honor City Lord seemed to want to attack the camp of the Fire God warriors stationed in the mountains. What's going on? When is the everlasting city lord going to take action? On a mountain peak outside the celestial honor city, the iron-blood Taoist looked at the blazing flames in the mountains and could not help but feel anxious. That was his foundation. The iron-blood Taoist had obtained the inheritance of the ancient undying Taoist in the forbidden area of the phoenix nest. The reason why he had achieved what he had today was all because he had obtained the immortal bird mysterious art. It could be said that the phoenix nest was of great significance to the iron-blood Taoist. Let's wait a little longer. If the everlasting city lord still doesn't take action, we will. Chapter 2033. The Golden Fire Grand Formation was still in operation. The terrifying heat spread in all directions. The vegetation within 1,000 miles had dried up and turned yellow. After this battle, this place would become a desert. This was the result of divine General Hua Zun's control. If the Golden Crow blazing fire formation's power was allowed to spread, all life within a radius of 10,000 miles would be annihilated. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sky rumbled. The blazing divine fire from the 81 banners burned a huge hole in the sky. Under the burning of the divine fire, the space was silently annihilated. At this moment, the Tao patterns on the periphery of the grotto heaven that was sealed in the center by the 81 flags were constantly collapsing, and the arrays were constantly collapsing. This was definitely not a good thing for the 13 great bandits in the Phoenix Nest Forbidden Area. What's going on? If Iron Blood Boss doesn't come to save us, we're going to be wiped out. The bearded man was incomparably anxious. Seeing that the Phoenix Nest Forbidden Area's restrictive spell was continuously being destroyed by the raging Inferno Golden Crow Grand Formation, they had already reached the juncture of life and death. Damn, it's already been 12 hours. The 13 bandits have actually persisted for 12 hours in the Golden Fire Grand Formation. This is unbelievable. Outside the immortal Venerable city, the City Lord was still watching. At this moment, there was a neat row of silver-armored immortal soldiers standing behind him. They were the city guards formed by 3,000 immortal emperors. As long as the limitless City Lord gave the order, the 3,000 city guards would directly charge into the mountains and defeat the 100,000 fire god warriors with lightning speed. However, the City Lord still didn't give the order to attack. He knew Divine General Hua very well. This old man would never fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. The City Lord had once suffered a loss from Divine General Hua. On the surface, there seemed to be no conflict between the immortal mansion of Central Province and the Ziyun clan, but the Ziyun clan was always thinking about restoring the glory of the Ziyun Supreme. However, only a sovereign had the ability to unify the entire ancestral star. In an era without a sovereign, it was very difficult for a supreme force to conquer the entire ancestral star. Of course, the Ziyun clan had never given up on conquering the entire ancestral star. As the 10 divisions of the Ziyun clan, the 10 great clans of the southern region were the vanguard of the Ziyun clan. Just like this time, the true power of the Ziyun clan had yet to be displayed. That guy is really patient. On a distant mountain peak, Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist, who were watching the movements of the Wuji City Lord, could not help but admire the Wuji City Lord for being too cautious. This fellow is only a great perfection quasi-sage. How could he be so gutless? The Iron Blood Taoist said disdainfully. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a rare opportunity to attack the Phoenix Nest Forbidden Area while Divine General Hua Zun was controlling the blazing Golden Crow's formation with all his might. Then, he could ruthlessly stab him in the back. Even if he couldn't directly defeat 100,000 soldiers, he could still heavily injure them. This guy is not simple. He's not timid, but cautious. On the surface, this is a good opportunity to defeat the fire god's warrior weapon. But isn't this a trap set by Divine General Hua Zun to ambush the Wuji City Lord? What should we do? We can't just watch our brothers die in the hands of Supreme Flame. The Iron Blood Taoist said agitatedly, "Since it's hard for the Wuji City Lord to make a decision, we'll help him." Gu Fei looked over at the Wuji City Lord. The 3,000 silver-armored immortal soldiers behind the Wuji City Lord were definitely an elite troop of soldiers, because they were made up of immortal emperor experts. This was the most powerful force in immortal Venerable City, which was firmly controlled by the city lord of Everlasting City. This immortal emperor combat soldier would only listen to the command of one person, the city lord. Swoosh! Gu Fei executed the 8 desolation steps and vanished from the mountain peak in an instant. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help being startled. Gu Fei's speed was unimaginably fast. Even he couldn't catch a glimpse of Gu Fei's figure. He hastily chased after him. Very quickly, Gu Fei came to the vicinity of the camp where the 100,000 fire god soldiers were stationed. Without hesitation, he struck a mountain peak in front of him. A huge hand appeared between the heavens and earth, emitting a terrifying energy wave, falling down on the mountain peak. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A series of loud roars echoed through the air. Then, countless runes emerged from the ground, and a peerless amount of killing intent erupted from the ground. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Gu Fei seemed to have expected this. He didn't stop his attack. The heaven-covering palm continued to strike at the mountain peak. The powerful force caused the void below the palm to crack and collapse. Attack! A loud shout was heard. A phalanx of 10,000 fire god soldiers soared into the sky. They raised the divine spears in their hands and stabbed at the huge hand in the sky. Countless formation runes appeared around the 10,000 fire god warrior soldiers. The power of the formation gathered the power of the 10,000 fire god warrior soldiers together and blasted towards the giant hand in the sky. Rumble! The huge hand fell, and a powerful force swept across everything. The power of the killing formation was directly suppressed by the huge hand. Even the combined attack of the 10,000 fire god soldiers was blocked by the huge hand. Endless divine fire was scattered under the huge hand. The 10,000 fire god soldiers suffered a great impact at the same time. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of their mouths, and their expressions became weary. What? Zi Yunlong, who saw this scene from afar, was shocked. Who was it that could actually block the combined attack of 10,000 fire god soldiers? Boom! At this moment, the gigantic hand descended, and the entire mountain peak was directly blasted apart. Dust filled the air, and many of the camps on the mountain peak were destroyed. The thousands of soldiers on the mountain peak also turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. It wasn't that the combined attack of 10,000 soldiers was weak, but that the opponent's power was much stronger than the combined attack of 10,000 soldiers. Roar! An angry roar was heard. Divine General Huazun was enraged. He drove the chariot, and like a bloodthirsty ancient beast, he fiercely rushed towards Gu Fei. Go to hell! Divine General Huazun was enraged. Thousands of combat soldiers had been slapped to death by Gu Fei with a single palm strike, and this had both shocked and enraged him. He waved his hands, and streams of fire dragons rushed out from between his palms, pouncing towards Gu Fei. A total of 9 fire dragons rushed out from Divine General Huazun's hands. Each fire dragon emitted an extremely powerful wave of fire elemental power. Chapter 2034. Supreme Flame charged over and attacked Gu Fei directly. 9 fire dragons rushed out of his hands and pounced towards Gu Fei. Terrifying divine fire spread from the fire dragons. Before they reached him, the divine fire had already burned in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not retreat. Eat my fist. He was much more powerful than Divine General Flame. Facing the furious attack from Divine General Flame, he did not bother to dodge it. Instead, he punched towards the 9 fire dragons. Boom! Boundless chaotic chi gushed forth as Gu Fei's fist caused the entire space around him to tremble. His martial true force erupted forth with ferocity akin to a volcano eruption, instantly dissipating the 9 fire dragons. What? Divine General Flame's shock was no small matter. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful that he could break the great technique that he had cultivated with a single punch. What shocked him even more was that the power of his opponent's punch did not dissipate after the 9 fire dragons were dispersed. Instead, it continued to charge towards him. While Divine General Hua was shocked, he suddenly thought of someone. Fire refinement of heaven and earth. Divine General Huazun waved his hands, causing the void around him to vibrate. A fire domain immediately spread out and sealed the void in front of him.
Bang.
The powerful fist force collided with the fire domain that divine general flame had conjured and let out a dull sound. The entire divine fire domain became extremely unstable. At this moment, the power of Gu Fei's punch was blocked by divine general flame. "You are Gu Fei," a voice was heard from afar. Then, a slightly plump young cultivator in green walked over and looked at Gu Fei in shock. "That's right. Who are you?" Gu Fei did not bother to hide. With his current cultivation base, other than those sages who had sealed themselves, no one else was a match for him. Zi Yunlong. Zi Yunlong stared at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "Who is Zi Yunxiao to you from the Ziyun clan?" Gu Fei was not surprised to see someone from the Ziyun clan here. After all, the 10 tribes were the 10 outer organizations under the Ziyun clan. Zi Yunlong's face immediately darkened when he heard Gu Fei mention Zi Yunxiao. He seemed to be in a bad mood when he heard that name. When Gu Fei saw Zi Yunlong's expression, he knew that the relationship between Zi Yunlong and Zi Yunxiao wasn't that simple. "You are Gu Fei." After resolving the power of Gu Fei's punch, Divine General Flame stared at Gu Fei and asked in a low voice. His expression was extremely solemn. He was facing an extremely powerful opponent. "Our encirclement of the 13 bandits seems to have nothing to do with you. Why did you attack us?" Divine General Huazun had a fiery temper to begin with. Gu Fei had killed thousands of fire god warrior soldiers that the fire god palace had painstakingly cultivated. This made Divine General Huazun's heart bleed. 100,000 Vulcan warriors were the foundation of the fire god palace. Throughout the years, the fire god palace had barely managed to build such a troop that could fight for the fire god palace. "Haha, it has nothing to do with me." Gu Fei laughed, but he immediately understood. Although he had stayed in the phoenix's nest for 10 years, it seemed that no one knew about this. "Zi Yunlong, Flame Supreme, you deserve to die." At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Then, a figure appeared beside Gu Fei. The Iron Blood Taoist had finally arrived. "It's you." After seeing the Iron Blood Taoist, Zi Yunlong and Divine General Flame Supreme were surprised. The Iron Blood Taoist was not in the phoenix's nest. "Boss, please avenge me." The Iron Blood Taoist's eyes turned red when he saw that the phoenix's nest had been completely destroyed. The place where the phoenix's nest used to be was burned into ruins by the divine fire.
Boss.
Zi Yunxiao and Divine General Flame Supreme were shocked to see the Iron Blood Taoist address Gu Fei as boss. Could it be that the Iron Blood Taoist had already followed Gu Fei? This is going to be troublesome. Zi Yunlong and Divine General Flame Supreme felt a strong pressure. Gu Fei's cultivation was clear for all to see. He was a ruthless person who had once defeated Zi Yunxiao. Rumble. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook. The 100,000 Flaming Gods warrior soldiers formed a great formation. Countless flames flickered, and mysterious formation runes interweaved in the void, drawing the power of the sun in the sky. The heaven-shocking killing formation was in operation. Under the support of the formation, the aura of each warrior was rising rapidly. "The 13 great bandits are my people. Do you now know why I attacked you?" Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm and did not reveal any emotions. It was as if he was talking about something unimportant to him. "Kill." Zi Yunlong was very direct. As soon as Gu Fei finished speaking, he attacked. Boom. A pitch-black roulette appeared in his hand. A dark light shot out from the roulette, piercing towards Gu Fei and causing the void to explode. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei dispersed the beam of light. Then, he extended his hand and grabbed at Zi Yunlong. How is this possible? Gu Fei's grab seemed simple and casual, but Zi Yunlong felt that it would be difficult to dodge. It was as if no matter which angle he tried to dodge, he would still be caught. Extinction, Zi Yunlong roared. Then, the black roulette in his hand flew up and instantly expanded to the size of a mountain range. It then slammed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying amount of energy rippled out from the roulette. The void beneath the roulette could not withstand this kind of power and collapsed. Zi Yunlong used the saint weapon in his hand. He wanted to end this battle quickly and destroy Gu Fei. Destroy your head. Chapter 2035. Now that Supreme Flame was enraged, the consequences were dire. Even Zi Yunlong retreated far away, let alone the other fire god combat soldiers. Even though they had formed a formation, they had no choice but to retreat. Roar! Old Divine General Hua roared into the sky as his white hair danced in the wind. Flashes of lightning-like flames emerged around him and lingered outside his body. A domineering and violent aura burst out from Divine General Huazun's body, spreading across the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. "Io, he's angry." Gu Fei smiled as he looked at old Divine General Huazun, allowing him to increase his strength without making a move to stop him. Old Divine General Huazun was a good opponent. It was rare for him to meet such a good opponent, so Gu Fei of course wanted to have some fun. "Boss, I'll go kill that Zi Yunlong." Iron Blood Taoist stared at Zi Yunlong in the distance, his eyes almost spitting fire. Zi Yunlong had destroyed his phoenix nest, the place where he made his fortune. At this moment, fire was still burning in the direction of the phoenix nest. Within the flames, one could vaguely see the silhouette of the Golden Crow. Blazing Golden Crow formation. Seeing this, the Iron Blood Taoist's pupils dilated. This was the palace guarding formation of the Fire God Palace. He had only heard of it, but had never experienced its power. "Go, I get angry just by looking at this guy." Gu Fei stood in the air and said to the Iron Blood Taoist. He did not seem to care about Divine General Hua at all, and he did not even gather his strength. "You." Seeing this, Divine General Hua was enraged. In order to gather his strength, his face had turned red, yet the other party did not care at all and looked down on him. "Haha, be careful, don't piss yourself off," Gu Fei said with a laugh. "Roar, you are too much." Divine General Hua's eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead were twitching. He wanted to tear this guy into pieces and keep his spiritual soul in hell for 10,000 years. Bang! At this moment, Old God General Hua's power had also risen to its peak. He stretched out his hand and performed the Great Qi Na hand. The essence fire of the sun surged out from his hand and condensed into a mountain-sized hand of raging fire, pressing down on Gu Fei's head. "You want to play this trick with me?" Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the old general conjuring his primordial spirit and forming a giant hand to cast out this divine art. Then, he calmly raised his right hand and pressed upwards. Boom! The giant flaming hand in the sky suddenly trembled. Then, a palm-shaped hole appeared in the middle of the giant hand. Then, with the palm-shaped hole as the center, the giant flaming hand began to dissipate and collapse. An exclamation followed. It was the hoarse voice of Old Divine General Hua. "You're still lacking a little." Gu Fei soared into the sky and rushed towards Old God General Hua Supreme. There was still no powerful aura being emitted from his body. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the park. "How is this possible? Your cultivation has increased again." Old God General Flame Supreme was incomparably shocked. He had already gathered his most powerful energy. Just like what this abominable fella had said, he had almost pooped his pants. However, this fella had still easily resolved his attack. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist had already pounced towards Zi Yunlong. An immortal bird flew across the sky and clawed at Zi Yunlong. It's the mystic bird art. Zi Yunlong used his movement technique and retreated instantly. The sharp claws of the immortal bird could only tear apart the afterimage he left behind. The immortal bird disappeared, and the Iron Blood Taoist's figure appeared in the sky. The pair of sharp claws that tore through the sky were transformed from the Iron Blood Taoist's pair. Missing his attack, the Iron Blood Taoist roared and turned back into the immortal bird, flying towards Zi Yunlong. His voice was like a bird's chirping, extremely ear-piercing. Purgatory in the palm. Zi Yunlong did not dodge this time. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. A heaven-devouring power appeared in his palm and a pitch-black vortex appeared, swallowing the Iron Blood Taoist who was flying towards him. The pitch-black vortex in the palm seemed to be connected to a terrifying purgatory. A towering murderous aura surged from it, giving off a hair-raising feeling. "Immortal Firebird, burn!" the Iron Blood Taoist shouted. An immortal firebird appeared in the sky. It flapped its wings and circled in the sky before swooping down at Zi Yunlong. The firebird turned into a ball of fire. Like a divine sun falling from the 9 heavens, it smashed towards Zi Yunlong with a powerful force that shook the heavens and earth. Zi Yunlong was shocked. This iron blood Taoist seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. No wonder he could subdue the 13 great bandits by himself. Although Zi Yunlong was shocked by this powerful move, he also showed a hint of excitement on his face. This was an opponent worthy of his full strength. Rumble. Zi Yunlong reached out with his hand. The pitch-black vortex in his palm instantly expanded, enveloping the entire sky and swallowing the fireball falling from the sky. Bang! A muffled sound came from the dark whirlpool. The whirlpool in Zi Yunlong's palm shook violently, and rays of fiery light rushed out. "Give me your hand." Zi Yunlong closed his hand, and the huge vortex immediately disappeared. However, a few drops of blood seeped out of his palm. "Very good. Other than Zi Yunxiao, you are the second person who can make me bleed." Zi Yunlong clenched his right hand and stared at the iron blood Taoist. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and his eyes shone with excitement. In an instant, the two powerhouses faced off against each other. The iron blood Taoist and Zi Yunlong's aura rose rapidly. The shadow of an undying second appeared on the iron blood Taoist's body. On the other hand, a strange black vortex appeared on Zi Yunlong's body. He looked like an unparalleled demon from hell. His body actually possessed demonic power. At this time, in another direction, Gu Fei and the old divine General Hua Zun were fighting. In the distant sky, a middle-aged man in battle armor was standing in the air, watching the battle ahead. Behind the middle-aged man were 3,000 soldiers in silver armor and holding divine spears. This middle-aged man was the everlasting city lord. "It's time. Kill them." The lord of Wuji City waved his hand forward, and the 3,000 silver-armored city guards behind him immediately turned into a silver torrent, rushing towards the fire god warriors in front of them. Chapter 2036.
Attack.
Their shouts shook the heavens and earth. 3,000 silver armor immortal emperors turned into an unstoppable silver current, rushing towards the 100,000 flaming god warriors. The extremely powerful killing aura shocked everyone. Enemy attack! Attack! In just an instant, the 10 commanders of the 100,000 flaming god warriors regained their senses. They raised their divine spears and commanded the warriors behind them to charge forward. Attack! The 100,000 flaming god warriors roared in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. The war chariots rumbled and the flags fluttered. Countless formation runes flickered among the 100,000 flaming god warriors. A peerless energy ripple spread out from the battle formation of the 100,000 flaming god warriors. The entire heavens and earth trembled. All living beings within 100,000 li radius could feel this energy ripple. It was too powerful. The power of 100,000 flaming god warriors gathered together was like the attack of a supreme existence that was infinitely close to the saint realm. These fellas are indeed prepared. The limitless city lord was incomparably shocked. Supreme Flame, that old man, had already been intercepted by Gu Fei and was engaged in an endless battle. Zi Yunlong was also entangled by the Iron Blood Taoist. He originally thought that without the control of these two people, the power of the Fire God battle formation would be greatly reduced. He did not expect it to still have such terrifying power. Kill. At this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. He had no choice but to release it. With a roar, he took the lead and charged into the flaming god battle formation. The silver current was like an invincible sharp sword, piercing into the battle formation of the 100,000 flaming god warriors. Everything that stood in its way was mercilessly crushed and destroyed. Clouds of blood mist appeared. Broken divine weapons and splattered flesh fell from the sky like a rain of blood. In just a simple charge, thousands of flaming god warriors had fallen. Change the formation. Attack? A loud shout was heard. The flaming god battle formation was activated. Countless silhouettes flashed rapidly. The remaining flaming god warriors surrounded the 3,000 silver armor immortal emperors. Rumble. countless formation patterns were faintly discernible. Streams of extremely pure fire elemental energy were drawn over and added to the fire god battle formation, causing the power of this battle formation to increase by a large margin. What? The master of Wuji City was shocked. He thought that he could destroy thousands of fire god warrior soldiers, which would cause the formation to be damaged and difficult to operate. However, the scene before him was beyond the everlasting city lord's expectation. The fire god battle formation was activated. The void that was surrounded by the battle formation seemed to have turned into a furnace. Endless divine fire burned towards the Wuji city lord and the others from all directions.
Defend.
The city lord of everlasting city shouted. The 3,000 silver-armored immortal emperor soldiers behind him immediately spread out to protect him and quickly formed a battle formation. After all, the immortal Venerable city was the gateway to the middle province. The city guards stationed in the immortal Venerable city were much stronger than the city guards in other places. The 3,000 city guards were all immortal emperor soldiers. A force that wasn't weaker than the battle formation formed by the 100,000 fiery god battle soldiers was rapidly condensing. 3,000 immortal emperors were absolutely not weaker than the 100,000 fiery god battle soldiers. One should know that the cultivation base of the 100,000 fiery god battle soldiers varied. Among the soldiers, there were old high supreme immortal emperor soldiers and demigod cultivators who weren't even immortal deities. Among the 100,000 fiery god battle soldiers, there were no more than 30,000 true immortal divinity soldiers and only a few hundred immortal emperors. If it wasn't for the fire god battle formation, the 3,000 silver-armored city guards of the immortal Venerable city would have completely defeated the 100,000 fiery god battle soldiers. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the peerless power condensed by the fire god battle formation clashed with the shocking power of the battle formation formed by the 3,000 immortal emperor city guards. At the point of contact, countless Dao runes were destroyed. A great battle broke out. The two super forces that had formed their respective battle formations were attacking each other. Soldiers kept falling from the sky. Very soon, the 3,000 immortal emperor soldiers under the everlasting city lord also suffered casualties. Relatively speaking, the casualties of the fiery god battle soldiers were much greater than the 3,000 immortal emperor soldiers under the everlasting city lord. However, in the everlasting city lord's point of view, it was still a great loss for him to exchange 10,000 fiery god battle soldiers for the life of one of his immortal emperor soldiers. Kill! Attack! Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The fiery god battle soldiers and the city guards of the immortal Venerable city fought fiercely. Even the mountains below were dyed red by the blood that rained down from the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard from the battle formation of the immortal emperor soldiers of the immortal Venerable city. Then, a huge seal flew out from the battle formation, turned into the size of a mountain, and smashed towards the battle formation of the fiery god battle soldiers. Countless Dao marks could be vaguely seen on the seal. An incomparably vast Saint Dao Qi was emitted from the seal. The heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the pressure of this force. This is, the immortal emperor commanders among the fiery god battle soldiers paled when they sensed the irresistible Saint Dao energy from the seal. This was a saint rank magic tool. Boom! Before the commanders among the fire gods combat soldiers could react, the huge seal had already smashed down. The huge seal was like a mountain. With just one blow, nearly 10,000 fire gods combat soldiers were killed on the spot, and countless soldiers were affected. Roar! Old Divine General Hua Zun's eyes turned red upon seeing this scene. He was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. This was a troop of soldiers that he had spent countless efforts to build up. Now, they had lost 10% of their members. Such an outcome almost drove him crazy. Wuji boy, I'm going to kill you. Old Divine General Hua Zun pushed Gu Fei away with all his might. Then, he drove the war chariot towards the Lord of Everlasting City, who was besieged by the fiery god battle formation. At this moment, the Lord of Everlasting City, who was protected by the silver armor immortal emperor, stretched out his hand. The huge seal shrunk rapidly and flew back to him, falling into his hand. Bam! Just as old divine General Huazun was about to rush into the fiery god battle formation, a palm had already slapped on his back. He was sent flying from the war chariot with blood spurting out from his mouth. Cries of alarm were heard. Seeing old divine General Huazun being sent flying, countless soldiers in the fiery god battle formation couldn't help but turn pale with fright. "You're courting death for daring to be distracted while fighting me," the owner of the palm said indifferently. This person was none other than Gu Fei, who was forced back by old divine General Huazun. Old divine General Huazun had still underestimated Gu Fei's speed. Old divine General Huazun was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. This wasn't an ordinary palm. It contained the power of the chaotic Grand Tao that Gu Fei cultivated. Not only did it hurt old divine General Huazun's physique, even his primordial spirit was impacted. Chapter 2037. Gu Fei sent Divine General Supreme while flying with one palm, heavily injuring the commander of 100,000 soldiers. This caused a commotion within the flaming god battle formation. After sending Divine General Supreme while flying, Gu Fei then punched the chariot of Divine General Supreme Hua, shattering it into pieces. "Haha, old Supreme Hua, to think that you would have such a day." The city lord, who was trapped within the flaming god battle formation, could not help but laugh at this scene. However, at the same time, he was secretly shocked. Gu Fei's battle prowess was too shocking. Divine General Supreme Hua was different from ordinary divine generals. He was an ancient being with an earth-shattering cultivation. Even if the city lord were to fight against him, he would not dare to say that he could definitely defeat him. On the other hand, Gu Fei did not seem to spend much effort to send Divine General Supreme while flying. Even Divine General Supreme Hua's chariot was smashed into pieces. Zi Yunlong, who was fighting against the Iron Blood Taoist, was shocked that Divine General Supreme Hua was heavily injured. Although he often argued with Divine General Supreme Hua, Divine General Supreme Hua's cultivation and battle prowess were not any weaker than his. If Gu Fei could defeat Divine General Supreme Hua, then Zi Yunlong would not be Gu Fei's opponent. "How dare you?" Zi Yunlong was unwilling to accept this. He never thought that he would be defeated by the 13 bandits and the city lord. This was the first battle of the Ziyun clan's invasion of the Central Plains, but he had messed it up. Once he returned to the Ziyun clan, the people in charge of the clan would not let him go so easily. Thinking about the consequences of losing this battle, Zi Yunlong's expression became even more gloomy. Punishment was unavoidable, but Divine General Supreme Hua had been defeated, and he could not handle it alone. If he retreated now, he would probably lose his life here. Retreat. There was no other choice but to retreat. Zi Yunlong immediately made a decision and ordered the flaming god battle formation. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Shouts resounded from the flaming god battle formation. The formation changed rapidly and retreated neatly, but the formation was still operating. The terrifying murderous intent made everyone nervous. Even though they suffered a setback, the battle formation formed by the countless fire god war soldiers still displayed great might. Even a great perfection quasi-sage would be in danger of dying if they charged in. "Return." An old voice resounded from the flaming god battle formation. Then, in the direction of the phoenix nest, dozens of fiery lights soared into the sky, flying towards the retreating fire god battle formation and entering it. Everyone was taken aback. They could sense the terrifying fluctuations coming from the dozens of flames. Each flame was wrapped around a large flag. Formation flags of the blazing golden raven formation. Wuji City Lord's face became extremely solemn. The other party had taken back the formation flags of the raging fire golden crow formation. This was definitely not a good thing for them. "Where Yan's Fei Yin Yan's Tian Spirit Dao Saint Yin Yin 1000. Where do you think you're going?" The Iron Blood Taoist did not want to let Zi Yunlong go just like that. After all, these bastards destroyed the phoenix nest. If he did not kill these bastards, how could he swallow this anger? "Don't chase." The Iron Blood Taoist wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Gu Fei. Inside the fire god battle formation, a terrifying aura spread out. Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, and the dozens of formation flags that flew into the Fire God battle formation were extraordinary. If he guessed correctly, they should be the formation flags of the formation that trapped the Phoenix Nest Forbidden Area. That was a sage-level formation. Even Gu Fei himself might not be able to deal with it, let alone the Iron Blood Taoist. Although the Iron Blood Taoist did not want to let Zi Yunlong and the others go just like that, he did not dare to disobey Gu Fei's words. After all, he had already followed Gu Fei. The Boundless City Lord did not chase after them because he knew the power of the blazing Golden Raven formation better than Gu Fei. The formation flags had been taken back by the Flame Supreme. If he chased after them, he would definitely suffer a great loss. What a pity. The Wuji City Lord sighed. He had calculated and calculated everything, but he still couldn't defeat the 100,000 Fire God's warrior soldiers. Although the Flame Supreme was defeated, the 100,000 Flaming God soldiers under his command were still a powerful force and were not crippled by them. The mountain ridge below was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Broken pieces of weapons and flesh were scattered in the forest. It was like the Shiraba, extremely bloody. Zi Yunlong is there. I want your life. Just as the 100,000 Flaming God soldiers formed the Flaming Gods battle formation, protecting Zi Yunlong and the Flame Supreme, were about to disappear at the end of the sky. A loud shout came from the direction of the Phoenix Nest. Then, a group of people rushed over from the direction of the Phoenix Nest. Every one of them was full of murderous intent, as if they wanted to eat someone. Iron Blood Boss, you're finally back. 12 experts surrounded by murderous aura led thousands of soldiers in black iron armor and holding all kinds of divine weapons and celestial weapons as they rushed over. The 12 fierce-looking fellows were the 12 great bandits. The one in front was a middle-aged Taoist in a green robe, gently waving a 5-colored feather fan in his hand. Those bastards want to escape. Brothers, let's go and kill them all. The bearded man roared and was about to lead the thousands of soldiers behind him to chase after Zi Yunlong and the others. 12th brother, don't be impulsive. The middle-aged Taoist hurriedly stopped the bearded man. Greetings, Mr. Gu. The middle-aged Taoist immediately bowed to Gu Fei and said. Gu Fei nodded to the middle-aged Taoist without saying anything. Gu Fei's attention was on the everlasting city lord and the 3,000 silver-armored soldiers. How extravagant! Gu Fei thought to himself that those silver-armored soldiers were actually immortal emperors. This was really hard to imagine. One should know that he had never seen an army formed by so many immortal emperors. Even in the heaven realm, there were not so many immortal emperors under the command of the Eastern Region Emperor Xian. Fellow Taoist, are you the one who defeated Zi Yunshao 10 years ago, Gu Fei, Brother Gu? The everlasting city lord walked towards Gu Fei and said to Gu Fei, You must be the everlasting city lord of the immortal Venerable city. Gu Fei nodded and said, The everlasting city lord was really cautious. If Gu Fei did not make the first move, this guy might still be waiting. The everlasting city lord did not know that Gu Fei was secretly watching his movements. Haha, Gu Fei and the everlasting city lord were sizing each other up. Then, the two of them suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Gu, I still have something to do. Excuse me. If Brother Gu is free, you can go to the immortal Venerable city. We can get closer. The everlasting city lord said. All right, I must go to the immortal Venerable city. Gu Fei nodded and said. Chapter 2038. The 100,000 soldiers from the Fire God Palace were defeated, but Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were not happy. Although they managed to defeat the soldiers, the Phoenix Nest was completely destroyed. The Phoenix Nest held a special meaning to the Iron Blood Taoist. The destruction of the Phoenix Nest infuriated him and made him want to fight the people from the Fire God Palace. Greetings, Mr. Gu. The middle-aged Taoist led the 11 bandits and bowed to Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been in danger. One should know that the Iron Blood Taoist alone was not a match for the 100,000 soldiers.
Yes.
Gu Fei stood in the sky and nodded. I've decided who to follow, Mr. Gu. Whether you want to stay or leave, it's up to you. The Iron Blood Taoist glanced at the middle-aged Taoist and the others before saying this. In his opinion, Gu Fei was definitely not someone a greater completion quasi-saint could compare to. To the Ironblood Taoist, following Gu Fei was also an opportunity. The middle-aged Taoist and the others were stunned, but they quickly regained their composure and said in unison, "We are willing to follow Mr. Gu." Very well. Gu Fei chuckled. At this moment, he had complete control over the 13 iron blood flags. Before this, these unruly bandits hadn't been truly convinced of his power. After this battle, they saw Gu Fei's true strength. Then, Gu Fei and the others returned to the forbidden area. There was no one in the Phoenix Nest forbidden area. Before this, everyone in the forbidden area had followed the 12 bandits to kill their way out. The Phoenix Nest forbidden area was a void of heaven and earth. This void was independent of the greater heaven and earth and had a radius of several dozen miles. Refine this void into your body. Gu Fei carefully examined the forbidden area of the Phoenix Nest and found that the Iron Blood Taoist, who cultivated the immortal bird mystic technique, seemed to be able to resonate with the void in this area. Refine it into my body. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but jump in fright. The bandits behind Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist were also shocked to the point where they couldn't be any more shocked. This is a bit of my understanding. Gu Fei raised his right hand and pointed. A ball of divine light immediately flew out from the tip of his finger and entered the Iron Blood Taoist's forehead. The Iron Blood Taoist felt his consciousness enter his Niwen palace. Then, various cultivation experiences and insights appeared in his mind. This was a cultivation method of the inner world. Gu Fei had come into contact with the inner world much earlier, so he knew much more about it than the Iron Blood Taoist. Comprehending the void and opening up the world. Not everyone could grasp such a method. Thank you, Master. The Iron Blood Taoist was extremely excited. This kind of cultivation comprehension was too important to him. If he could really refine the Phoenix Nest forbidden area into his body, his strength would at least double. A great perfection quasi-sage with an inner world was much stronger than a great perfection quasi-sage without one. Come, let's go out. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei led the 12 bandits out of the Phoenix Nest forbidden area, leaving the Iron Blood Taoist alone in the Wind-Tide forbidden area. The Iron Blood Taoist was very grateful to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had given him the spiritual will to cultivate the inner world, which gave him the capital to become almost unrivaled among those of the same level. The middle-aged Taoist and the other 12 bandits followed Gu Fei, which greatly increased Gu Fei's influence. Even if one's strength had reached the level of a supreme, he would still have to do everything himself if he didn't have a faction of his own. Even if a supreme possessed unrivaled strength, there was still a limit to a person's ability. He couldn't do everything himself. With his own faction, he could leave many things to others, and cultivation resources would continuously flow to him. Gu Fei wanted to establish his own faction. With the addition of the 12 bandits, his faction could finally stand on its own and appear before the world. However, this wasn't the time yet, as this wasn't the soaring dragon ancestral star. The thousands of Iron Blood warriors who had survived this battle were the elites of the elites. Although there were only a few thousand of them, each of them possessed great strength. Gu Fei opened his inner world and stored the thousands of iron-blooded soldiers into his inner world located in his Dantian. It was a divine land, and it was no longer deserted. This sacred land contained the great desolate planet's Ming family, as well as the 3 undying emperors that Gu Fei had subdued in the Naraka Dao, as well as the countless undying life forms behind them. Now that the thousands of Iron Blood warriors had entered the sacred land, the entire sacred land was divided into 3 parts: the undying life forms, the great desolate planet's Ming family, and the Iron Blood warriors. These 3 factions each occupied 3 large regions. The 12 bandits didn't intend to enter Gu Fei's inner world. After all, it was just an inner world, and it couldn't be compared to the outside world. The stage for the strong was the outside world. At this moment, Gu Fei's 3 disciples were all in seclusion, including Zhong Liming. They wanted to increase their strength as soon as possible before returning to the soaring dragon ancestral star. It had been so many years since the great era of the human realm. A superstorm was about to erupt. At that time, those with weaker cultivations would be eliminated. Only the strong would survive. What? The 100,000 fire god warriors were defeated. As Gu Fei brought the 12 bandits back to the immortal Venerable city, a furious roar rang out from the depths of the mountains in the southern region of the ancestral planet. The elders of the Ziyun clan roared in the ancestral court. Everyone was taken aback by the result. 100,000 Vulcan warriors had been defeated so quickly. Ziyunlong, how are you going to explain this to the elders? An aged voice rang out. On the peak of a mountain sat 5 old men. In front of these 5 old men knelt a slightly plump young man. Ancestor, it's not that we didn't want to fight, but our opponents were too strong. Gu Fei and the city lord of the immortal Venerable city teamed up to defeat us. Zi Yunlong said. Gu Fei, the Gu Fei who defeated Zi Yunxiao 10 years ago. An old man exclaimed. They were extremely familiar with Gu Fei's name. One must know that even if they didn't want to, it was impossible for them to not know Gu Fei. That was because the most outstanding disciple of their clan had been defeated by him. If it wasn't for Gu Fei teaming up with the city lord, we wouldn't have lost. Zi Yunlong said with a firm tone. The old man on the peak fell silent. Gu Fei was famous for being ruthless. He hadn't shown himself for 10 years, but he did something shocking this time. We can't let Gu Fei live. Chapter 2039. At night, Gu Fei and the 12 bandits entered the celestial Venerate city. The city lord of Wuji City personally came out to welcome Gu Fei and the others into the city lord's mansion. That night, the city lord of Wuji City held a banquet in the city lord's mansion and invited some outstanding figures near the celestial Venerate city to accompany them. Brother Gu, please. The back garden of the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. Under an osmanthus tree, there was an ordinary stone table. The stone table was 3 feet long and less than 1 foot wide. There was a seat at the top, and there were 8 chairs on each side of the table. This surprised Gu Fei. The city lord's mansion was not luxurious at all. It could even be said to be very simple. The decorations in the city lord's mansion were also very simple. After the everlasting city lord and Gu Fei took their seats, the people who had been invited by the everlasting city lord also sat down. Among the 12 bandits, only the middle-aged Taoist had followed Gu Fei to the banquet. The bandits did not like to attend such banquets. You are Gu Fei. As soon as Gu Fei sat down, a young man in white looked at Gu Fei coldly. His eyes flickered with a cold light and a faint battle intent appeared on his body. There's going to be a good show. There were 9 people who were invited by the Wuji city lord. Among these 9 people, there was a white-haired old man, and there was also an 11 or 12-year-old child. However, no one dared to look down on them, be it the old man or the child, especially the person who looked like a 12-year-old child. He was not someone to be trifled with. This person was already famous and was called the Tongtian child. He was one of the most powerful people in the area ruled by the celestial Venerate city. I am Gu Fei. What do you think? Gu Fei glanced at the white-clothed youth and spoke indifferently. This person was clearly here for him. Gu Fei could sense the battle intent that was directed at him from this person. I heard that you are very powerful. You defeated Zi Yunxiao 10 years ago. It seems like you are just also. The white-robed youth said proudly. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help being startled. Had this fellow been kicked in the head by a donkey? He actually dared to say such words in front of a killing god. Just 1 day ago, Gu Fei had injured old divine General Huazun and scared off 100,000 fire god soldiers. Such an achievement was really shocking. At this moment, even the Wuji city lord frowned, but he didn't say anything. Who are you? Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. His face did not reveal any expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Feilai Mountain, Helian Lingyue. The white-robed young man's expression was arrogant, as if he did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. Feilai Mountain? Never heard of it. Gu Fei shook his head. You. Hearing this, Helian Lingyue's sword-like eyebrows straightened. Her eyes emitted a cold gaze as she stared at Gu Fei. Feilai Mountain was the #1 cultivation force under the jurisdiction of the immortal Venerate city. Even the Wuji city lord did not dare to slight the future master of Feilai Mountain. The Helian clan was a big clan. The influence of this clan covered the entire Middle Continent. If the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion was the ruler of the Middle Continent, then the Helian clan would be the second ruler. The Hellion clan of Phalai Mountain was only a branch of the Hellion clan. Don't think that you are so great just because you defeated Zi Yuanshao. Hellion Lungyue's tone was extremely cold. Impudent. How dare you speak to my master like this? At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist could not help but stand up from his seat. Following this, a powerful killing intent surged from his body. What? You want to fight? Seeing this, Hellion Lingyue's eyes flashed with excitement, as though she had no choice but to beg. As the master of the immortal Venerate city, the Wuji city lord did not say anything. This Hellion Lingyue was incomparably arrogant. He did not like this fella. Since the Wuji city lord did not say anything, the others did not dare to say anything either. They were all watching the show. Brother Wuji, look. The middle-aged Taoist looked at the Wuji city lord who was sitting on the seat of honor. Hee, if the two of you wish to spar, I have a martial arts arena here for you to spar to your heart's content. The Wuji city lord smiled. Seeing the Wuji city lord say such words, everyone was extremely surprised. As the master of this place, he did not try to stop the fight. Instead, he seemed to want the two of them to fight. Very well. Brother Wuji, please lead the way then. Hellion Lingyue was very arrogant. However, he had the ability to be arrogant as well. This young master of Phalai Mountain had already reached the great perfection quasi-sage realm. Even in the entire Hellion family, he could be considered as a top-notch existence with such a cultivation base. In Hellion Lingyue's opinion, that Zi Yuanshao was definitely someone with an undeserved reputation. As for old god General Hua, who was injured by Gu Fei previously, he was only injured by Gu Fei due to his carelessness. Hellion Lingyue believed that with his great perfection quasi-sage cultivation base and strength, he could easily sweep away all the young experts in the southern region of Ancestral Star. The limitless city lord didn't hesitate. He actually stood up from his seat and walked towards one of the training grounds in the city. Follow me if you have the guts. Hellion Lingyue looked at the middle-aged Taoist and said coldly, I'm afraid of you. The middle-aged Taoist was really infuriated by Hellion Lingyue. He had never seen such an arrogant and conceited fella. Today, his horizons had been broadened. At this moment, Hellion Lingyue had already walked out with the Wuji city lord. The middle-aged Taoist hurriedly followed. He wanted to beat this hateful fella up so badly that he would have to look for his teeth on the ground. He wanted to let this fella know that there was always someone stronger than him. Be careful. This fella isn't simple. A voice rang in the heart of the middle-aged Taoist. He was secretly shocked. He then nodded at Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's reminder. Hellion Lingyue came from the second strongest power in the central region. His cultivation base was extraordinary. At least, he had never met a worthy opponent since he started cultivating. This had nurtured Hellion Lingyue's arrogant character. He thought that he was the #1 expert in the world and did not put anyone in his eyes. Even the famous figures of the older generation were the same. However, he had to admit that Hellion Lingyue was really a cultivation genius. Even some famous figures of the older generation were not willing to provoke this fella. Because of this, Hellion Lingyue became even more arrogant. However, if she was too arrogant, it would become arrogance. Actually, the Hellion family was the second strongest power in the central region. Many people were afraid of the Hellion family, which was why they were not willing to provoke Hellion Lingyue. If Hellion Lingyue wasn't a member of the Hellion family, he would have been killed long ago. He wouldn't be as cocky as he was now. One must know that in the world of cultivation, strength was the deciding factor. Without strength and a strong power, one would only be eliminated. Although Hellion Lingyue's strength wasn't the strongest among the great perfection quasi-sages, the power behind him was not to be underestimated. No one was willing to offend such a power. However, Gu Fei was fearless. Gu Fei didn't care which superpower this fella came from, as long as he provoked him. So what if he was the Emperor of Heaven? He would kill him with a single punch. The Ziyun family was powerful enough. It was a superpower founded by the legendary Ziyun sovereign. However, Gu Fei was still fearless. Zi Yuanshao was strong enough. Zi Yuanshao even used a drop of supreme god blood left behind by the Ziyun sovereign. However, he was still defeated by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's achievements didn't make Hellion Lingyue feel threatened. Hellion Lingyue, even wanted to fight with Gu Fei and trample Gu Fei under his feet. Even those who were friends with Helian Lingyue were incomparably shocked by such crazy thoughts. Helian Lingyue had a nickname, Lunatic Helian. This fellow was just like his nickname. Sometimes, he was truly a lunatic that made people's hearts turn cold. The martial stage of the immortal Venerate city was a special place. Looking in from outside the martial arts field, one would feel that the martial arts field wasn't that big. However, when one entered the martial arts field, one would feel as if they had entered another world. The martial arts field that was originally thought to be very small was actually more than a dozen miles wide. Since it was a martial stage, this was the place where the experts of the immortal Venerate city sparred. However, when Gu Fei and the others arrived at the martial stage, they were a little surprised. The martial stage was very clean. Even the floorboards on the ground didn't have a single crack. They were very intact, as though they hadn't suffered any damage at all. This martial stage was too new. It was as though it had just been built. Gu Fei and the others were outside and didn't enter the martial stage. At this moment, Helian Lingyue was already standing in the middle of the martial stage, staring at Gu Fei and the others coldly. Then, a scene that made Gu Fei a little angry appeared. Helian Lingyue, who was standing in the middle of the martial stage, actually raised her middle finger at them. Roar! The middle-aged Taoist didn't have a good temper like Gu Fei. He glared and roared. Then, he leaped into the martial stage.
Buzz.
Just when the middle-aged Taoist jumped into the martial stage, the void suddenly trembled. A light screen rushed up from the surroundings of the martial stage, then enveloped the entire martial stage. A sage aura was emitted from the transparent light screen. Faint Tao patterns were faintly discernible on the layer of light screen. Saint-level spirit array. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The everlasting city lord was really generous. The spirit array of the martial stage was actually a saint-level spirit array. One should know that a saint-level spirit array wasn't that easy to set up. After all, in the current world, other than the might of the sage, only the spirit array grandmaster could set up a saint-level spirit array. Let's start. After defeating you, I still want to have a good spar with Gu Fei. Helian Lingyue said impatiently. Preposterous. Don't cry later. Chapter 2040.
Come.
On the training field, Helian Lingyue hooked his finger at the middle-aged Taoist. He had an indifferent look on his face, as though he could defeat the other party with a single stretch of his hand.
Preposterous.
The middle-aged Taoist was truly enraged. He did not say anything else and directly fanned the five-colored feather fan in his hand towards Helian Lingyue. Boom! A five-colored divine fire immediately surged out from the five-colored feather fan, burning towards Helian Lingyue in an overwhelming manner. The void was burnt and destroyed by this five-colored divine fire. Five-elemental divine fire. Although Helian Lingyue was arrogant, he was still from the second strongest power in the Central Plains, the Helian clan. With a single glance, he could tell that the five-colored divine fire from the middle-aged Taoist's five-colored feather fan was the five-elemental divine fire. The five-elemental divine fire was incomparably powerful. It was a type of heavenly fire formed from the essence of the five elements. If one were to be burned by this divine fire, even a great perfection quasi-sage would be burnt to ashes. His body and soul would be destroyed. When fire comes, water will drown. Look at my boundless water. Helian Lingyue shouted. Both his hands moved in the void in front of him, and a wave of blue water immediately surged out. It was like a heavenly river bursting its banks, surging towards the five-elemental divine fire. The moment the five-colored divine flame collided with the water, a lot of the fire was extinguished by the water. The middle-aged Taoist was taken aback. Although Helian Lingyue was very arrogant, she did have some real skills. It should be known that the five elements divine fire emitted from his five-colored feather fan was not something that could be extinguished by ordinary water. The water that Helian Lingyue attracted was not ordinary water. Rumble. The power of the water element was vast and mighty. Helian Lingyue seemed to have really attracted the water of the heavenly river from the nine heavens, gradually extinguishing the middle-aged Taoist's five-elemental divine fire. This shocked the middle-aged Taoist. Fire was no match for water. These were two forces that naturally countered each other. The water that Helian Lingyue attracted finally extinguished the middle-aged Taoist's 5 elemental divine fire.
Go.
After extinguishing the 5 elements divine fire, Helian Lingyue directly controlled the power of water. With a thought, the water blue power immediately turned into 9 water dragons that pounced towards the middle-aged Taoist.
Open.
When the middle-aged Taoist saw that the 9 water dragons were about to pounce on him, he separated his hands. The void shook, and a huge spatial crack appeared in front of him. Outside the training field, the people who saw this scene could not help but be shocked. This middle-aged Taoist cultivation was also very powerful. He tore the void apart. The 9 water dragons crashed into the spatial rift and were sucked into the chaotic void. What? Helian Lingyue, who originally wanted to defeat the middle-aged Taoist in one fell swoop, was incomparably shocked when she saw this scene. This middle-aged Taoist was capable, and he was not one of those people who deceive the world. After devouring the 9 water dragons, the spatial crack quickly repaired itself and soon disappeared. Helian Lingyue was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought that the victor would be decided very quickly, but now, it seemed that it would not be so easy. The strength of the other party had exceeded his expectations. Take this move of mine. As the middle-aged Taoist spoke, a vertical eye suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Wisps of destructive aura spread out from the tightly shut vertical eye.
Swish.
The vertical eye on the middle-aged Taoist's forehead suddenly opened, and a purple-gold divine light rushed out. It was as though an endless hell had been opened. A terrifying destructive force spread out with the divine eye as the center. A heaven-devouring force came out from the vertical eye on the middle-aged Taoist's forehead, instantly enveloping Helian Lingyue. He wanted to devour Helian Lingyue into the purgatory world of destruction behind the divine eye. Eye of Death. Helian Lingyue was clearly shocked. This was a mystic ability of the legends. No one had been able to cultivate it for a long time. But today, her opponent actually used this mystic ability. The Eye of Death had the terrifying power to destroy everything. As long as one was swept by the destructive divine light of this divine eye, even a great completion quasi-sage would be destroyed in body and soul. As the destructive divine light swept over, the pores on Helian Lingyue's body instantly shrank. Dense goosebumps appeared on her arms as her hair stood on end. This was the most direct reaction of a human's body when they encountered danger.
Swish.
Helian Lingyue soared into the sky, dodging the cold divine light. After that, she took out a fist-sized bell and shook it. Ding-ling-ling. A melodious sound rang out from the bell. Ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from the bell. It was a strange sound wave. Buzz. When the sound wave spread out, the middle-aged Taoist felt as though his head was hit by something heavily. After that, he felt a little dizzy. The divine light of death emitted from the divine eye on the middle-aged Taoist's forehead immediately weakened by more than half. There were signs of it dispersing. Musical assassination technique. Even though they were outside the martial arts field and were isolated by a saint-level array, everyone outside could still feel their souls being shaken. They felt as though their souls were being sucked away by some kind of power. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't help but turn pale. The feeling of their souls being sucked out of their bodies made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Some of them quickly sat down and circulated their qi to resist the sound wave. People from big clans like these always have a few good things on them. Gu Fei wasn't affected by the soul-sucking sound of the bell. That bell should be a magic treasure refined by a great completion quasi-sage. However, great completion quasi-sages who knew the musical assassination technique were rare on Buzhou Ancestral Star. This was because when the musical assassination technique was cultivated to a high level, it could kill without leaving a trace. However, if the opponent's soul was much stronger than the user's soul, then the musical assassination technique wouldn't be able to hurt the opponent. Instead, the opponent might be injured. However, using a magic treasure to release the musical assassination technique was a different matter. The Helian clan was the second strongest force in the Central Plains. It was hard for others to guess how deep their foundation was. Ding Ling Ling. At this time, Helian Lingyue stared at the middle-aged Taoist. He kept shaking the dragon dang in his hand. Waves of strange sound waves came from the bell. Roar. The middle-aged Taoist seemed to have suffered a great impact. He growled and the eye of death on his forehead closed. The terrifying aura disappeared. What 13 bandits? Nothing more than that. Go to hell. The bell in Helian Lingyue's hand flew up. He used all his strength to activate the soul-sucking bell, causing it to display its strongest power. Chapter 2041. The sound attack from the soul-reaping bell was very terrifying. The middle-aged Taoist suffered a huge impact. His body and divine soul seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Ding Ling Ling. The crisp sound of the bell lingered in the martial arts field. Even with the barrier of the saint-level array, the sound of the bell could not be completely isolated. The sound of the bell from the martial arts field caused the souls of the people outside the field to tremble. They had to circulate their energy to resist the terrifying sound wave that could take away one's soul. Among everyone, only Gu Fei and the Wuji City Lord were not affected by the sound attack. Roar. The middle-aged Taoist roared angrily. A stream of blood flowed out of his eyes. He looked ferocious and terrifying. The feather fan in his hand had already fallen to the ground. The sound attack was too terrifying. It had a huge impact on his divine soul. The middle-aged Taoist found it hard to gather his strength after his divine soul was attacked. Moreover, Helian Lingyue's primordial spirit was slightly stronger than the middle-aged Taoist. The outcome of this spar was determined. The middle-aged Taoist was able to cultivate to the quasi-sage realm. His will was incomparably firm. But now, under the attack of the soul-reaping bell, he had already lost his mind. Helian Lingyue sneered. Although she had completely suppressed the middle-aged Taoist, she had no intention of stopping. She wanted the middle-aged Taoist to end his own life. Under the attack of the soul-reaping bell, the middle-aged Taoist's consciousness began to blur. He seemed to feel the figures around him colliding. It seemed like there were many enemies attacking him. Someone who was defeated by me in the past still dares to appear in front of me. Kill. The middle-aged Taoist executed a killing technique and attacked a figure that was approaching him. In one move, that blurry figure was blasted into pieces. Haha, the middle-aged Taoist laughed. He continued to attack. One by one, his life and death enemies were destroyed by his attacks. This caused the middle-aged Taoist to forget himself and laugh out loud. However, the people outside the martial arts field only saw the middle-aged Taoist attacking the air alone. It was a waste of energy. Destroy for me. Helian Lingyue continued to activate the soul-reaping bell. The sound of the bell affected the middle-aged Taoist's mind. It made him think that he was surrounded by a group of enemies. Then, he desperately attacked and fought against those strong enemies. In the end, the middle-aged Taoist would go crazy and die. Enough. Seeing that the middle-aged Taoist was about to collapse, Gu Fei suddenly spoke to the Wuji City Lord. This Helian Lingyue doesn't know how to hold back. I hope Brother Gu won't take offense. The master of Wuji City said with a smile. Then, he removed the holy array that enveloped the entire training field. Without the holy array, the power of the soul-snatching bell instantly increased by several times. Wow! Some of the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged on the ground to resist the ringing of the bell trembled. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood. The ringing of the bell suddenly became several times stronger, causing them to suffer a great impact. Don't overdo it. Brother Helian, you can stop now. The limitless city lord said to Helian Lingyue. This fellow was truly arrogant. If he really killed this middle-aged Taoist, the consequences would definitely be dire. After all, Gu Fei was a fearless fellow. Even Ziyun Shao of the Ziyun clan almost died in his hands. Brother Wuji, this is a duel. We won't stop until one of us dies. Helian Lingyue didn't stop. This made the master of Wuji City a little unhappy. Isn't this fellow just a hedonistic son of a rich family? How dare he show me such an attitude? If this Helian Lingyue was backed by the second strongest power in the Central Plains, the master of Wuji City would have killed this ignorant fellow long ago. The reason why the master of Wuji City was so polite to Hellion Lengyue was because he couldn't afford to offend the Hellion clan behind Hellion Lengyue. "We won't stop until one of us dies." A cold light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes when he heard this. A wave of killing intent erupted from his body. Since this person wanted his people to die, he could only kill this fellow. "Brother Gu, you." Sensing the cold killing intent from Gu Fei, the master of Wuji City couldn't help but be shocked. This fellow was truly a ruthless character. He actually wanted to attack Hellion Lengyue. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Hellion Lengyue, who was in the training ground, actually split out a sound wave and attacked Gu Fei. "You are courting death. Don't blame me for this." Gu Fei laughed. After that, he took a step forward, completely ignoring the terrifying sound wave that could seize the soul. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the stage. "Brother Gu, please show mercy." The master of Wuji City didn't expect Gu Fei to be so decisive. The moment his killing intent rose, he wanted to kill Hellion Lengyue. This person's temperament was truly terrifying. Seeing that the sound attack he sent out was completely useless against Gu Fei and had no effect on Gu Fei, the master of Wuji City couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly punched out at the bell floating above Hellion Lengyue's head. Gotcha! That bell was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Numerous cracks appeared on its surface, as though it would shatter at any moment. What? Hellion Lengyue's shock was no small matter. This Gu Fei was truly strong. He didn't seem to be someone with an undeserved reputation. This wasn't a good thing. At this moment, Hellion Lengyue finally understood how wrong she was. Such a mistake was sufficient to cause her to lose her life. Gu Fei sent the soul-seizing bell flying with a single punch. After that, he didn't stop. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed Hellion Lengyue's neck, lifting this arrogant fellow up. Sensing the killing intent from Gu Fei, Hellion Lengyue was terrified. "Don't! You can't kill me!" Hellion Lengyue's voice trembled. "Brother Gu." At this moment, the everlasting city lord also rushed over. He had no choice but to stop Gu Fei. One must know that if Hellion Lengyue died in a mortal Venerable city, he would be in big trouble. One must know that although this Hellion Lengyue was arrogant, one couldn't help but admit that this fellow was a genius. He was also a person that the Hellion clan prioritized to nurture. If such a person were to die, the power behind him would definitely not let this matter rest. Gotcha! Just as the everlasting city lord entered the martial stage, Gu Fei exerted strength in his hand and directly broke Hellion Lengyue's neck. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out from Hellion Lengyue's neck. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Gu Fei was truly terrifyingly powerful. Killing a quasi-sage was as easy as killing a chicken. Chapter 2042. The arrogant Hellion Lengyue was killed by Gu Fei just like that. Even her primordial spirit didn't manage to escape. In the eyes of the everlasting city lord and the others, Gu Fei had truly broken the heavens. Hellion Lengyue is dead. Outside the martial stage, the faces of those influential figures invited by the everlasting city lord turned pale. Hellion Lengyue had died here. They would most likely be in deep trouble. One must know that Hellion Lengyue was someone that the Hellion clan had focused on nurturing. She was one of the existences that had the highest chance of breaking through to the sage realm. However, such a promising young talent was actually killed. One could already imagine how furious the upper echelons of the Hellion clan would be. Brother Gu, the everlasting city lord was incomparably shocked. He didn't think that Gu Fei would really dare to kill Hellion Lengyue, who didn't know how strong the Hellion clan was. Even the 10 greats of the Middle Prefecture wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Although the Hellion clan was only the second strongest power in the Middle Prefecture, no one knew how deep their foundation was. To other cultivators, a supreme power like this would definitely be a huge deterrent. Many people would have some reservations even if they wanted to act against the disciples of the Hellion clan. After Gu Fei killed Hellion Lengyue, he casually threw her corpse on the ground. "Thank you for saving my life, Lord." The middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang had already recovered. However, his divine soul was still affected by the ringing of the soul-seizing bell. His expression was still weary. Zhuge Liang's divine soul was severely injured. If it wasn't for Gu Fei killing Helian Lingyue in time, his divine soul would have been shattered by the power of the soul-capturing bell, and he would have died. Be more careful in the future. Those that come from a major power would more or less have some powerful treasures on them. Gu Fei said. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded. This time, he was truly defeated by the other party's soul-seizing bell. Such a sound-killing weapon was rarely seen. However, he actually encountered one here. Go and see what else that fellow has on him. Gu Fei glanced at Helian Lingyue's corpse and said to Zhuge Liang. Hence, Zhuge Liang stepped forward and started searching Helian Lingyue's body. Very quickly, Zhuge Liang took out all the items on Helian Lingyue. Among those items, there was a Qinkuan pouch and a few greater teleportation Dao talismans. These were Helian Lingyue's items. Most likely, all the good things were stored in the Qinkuan pouch. Everyone was surprised that Helian Lingyue actually had a cosmos sack on her. One must know that this fellow was a great perfection quasi-sage. Could it be that this guy had yet to comprehend the profound of void and open his inner world? Of course, not everyone could create an inner world. Only those who had comprehended the profound meaning of void could create an inner world. However, even though it was easy to create an inner world, it was rare for an inner world to exist forever. Even if some cultivators managed to comprehend the profundities of the void and were able to open up their inner worlds, those inner worlds were unstable and could only exist for a short period of time. It was definitely not an easy task to establish a stable inner world. There's a seal. Zhuge Liang wanted to open the Qinkuan pouch, but he discovered that there was a sealing force at the mouth of the pouch. If he wanted to open the pouch, he would have to use some methods. At this time, when they saw Gu Fei and the rest actually searching Helian Lingyue's body, they couldn't help but glance at each other. These people were truly worthy of being bandits. Dao Brother Limitless, we will take our leave first. Someone hurriedly clasped his hands towards the Limitless City Lord and left in a hurry. The others also bid their farewells to the Limitless City Lord. At this time, they were all filled with regret. They shouldn't have come. Now that Helian Lingyue was dead, even though they weren't the ones who killed her, the Helian clan would definitely find trouble with them. At the very least, they would be suspected of leaving her in the lurch. Very soon, everyone outside the martial stage had left. Only the Limitless City Lord was left. Brother Gu, you've gone overboard this time. The Limitless City Lord stared blankly for a long time before saying this. Overboard? I don't think I've gone overboard. Since that fellow wanted to kill me, I can only kill him. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. This Helian Lingyue actually dared to have killing intent towards him. This was him courting death. He couldn't blame Gu Fei for this. There were also strong and weak great perfection quasi-sages. This Helian Lingyue should have only become a great perfection quasi-sage in the past 10 years. His strength should be the weakest amongst the great perfection quasi-sages. In front of Gu Fei, this Helian Lingyue couldn't even withstand a single blow. But that Helian clan, the Limitless City Lord said hesitantly. Fearless, if those people come looking for you, just tell them that I, Gu Fei, was the one who killed them. Gu Fei was incomparably calm. If he killed someone, so be it. Who cared who he was or what power he came from? If he had such a fearful attitude, how could he become a supreme expert in this world? Although the everlasting City Lord was strong, sitting in his position, there were too many things he had to worry about. His cultivation might not be able to improve at all, and he might just stop here. The attitude of a cultivator was very important. Those who could become supreme experts wouldn't have too many apprehensions. They would cultivate wholeheartedly, do whatever they wanted, and kill decisively. For such a person, once his killing intent was ignited, he would definitely see blood. And Gu Fei just so happened to be such a person. Since Helian Lingyue had offended Gu Fei, his fate was already determined. He shouldn't have had killing intent towards Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was a martial expert who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was extremely sensitive to killing intent. The Limitless City Lord was speechless. If he died here, the first person the Helian clan would look for wouldn't be Gu Fei, but himself. Of course, the Limitless City Lord was someone from the middle ground immortal manor. Even if he went, the Hellion clan wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, it was hard to guarantee that the Hellion clan wouldn't dare to do anything to him openly. However, just as the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang undid the seal on the Cosmos sack, a teleportation array in the immortal Venerate city lit up. Buzz. The space above the teleportation array vibrated. A ball of divine light suddenly appeared. After that, the light dissipated and a silhouette appeared on the teleportation array. An extremely powerful wave of divine sense spread out from this person and instantly shrouded the entire immortal Venerable city. This is, on the martial stage, the limitless city lord was shocked. A supreme expert suddenly appeared in the immortal Venerate city. Who dares to kill a disciple of my Hellion clan? A cold voice resounded in the city. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire immortal Venerate city. For a moment, countless people in the city were indescribably shocked. So fast. Chapter 2043. A chilling, murderous intent engulfed the entire immortal Venerable city. In the history of the immortal Venerable city, such a situation had rarely happened. A supreme expert had descended with shocking murderous intent. Who is that? Does he want to massacre the entire city? The souls of all the cultivators in the city were trembling. This pressure was too powerful. That supreme expert didn't have any scruples and completely released his chi. Whoosh! The everlasting city lord soared into the sky and turned into a beam of divine light, flying towards the teleportation array in the immortal Venerable city. The arrival of such an existence was enough to threaten the entire immortal Venerable city. If that person really wanted to start a massacre, the consequences would be unthinkable. Buzz. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky above the immortal Venerable city. A light barrier appeared outside the immortal Venerable city, enveloping the entire city. The Grand Formation has been activated. Is there really an enemy attack? Is there going to be a war? All the cultivators in the immortal Venerable city were indescribably shocked. The news of Ziyun clan starting a war with the Central Plains had already spread throughout the city. The number of cultivators in the city had clearly increased. All sorts of news were being spread in the city. Senior Hellion. At this moment, the everlasting city lord had already arrived above the teleportation array. When he saw the silhouette on the teleportation array, he couldn't help but be astonished. The person who came was the one that he didn't want to see the most. Hellion. This person was Hellion, a person who dared to use the word demon as his name. This person was also known as the Great Demon Hellion. He was one of the most terrifying people in the Hellion clan. Kid Everlasting. Who was the one who killed my great-great-grandson? Hellion was a black-haired, middle-aged man. He was tall and had a square face. He didn't have any facial hair, but his eyes were shining brightly like the stars in the sky. That Hellion Longyu was this human demon's great-great-grandson. The everlasting city lord was astonished. Even he didn't know that Hellion Longyu had such a background. Only now did the everlasting city lord know why Hellion was able to arrive at immortal Venerable city so quickly. So it turned out that Hellion Longyu was actually this devil's great-great-grandson. Hellion had already made a name for himself 10,000 years ago, and he was one of the seniors of the Hellion clan. Moreover, he was extremely ruthless, and he would often slaughter an entire city in a fit of rage. His murderous nature was something that the other seniors couldn't compare to. Some people said that this Hellion was a fierce person who had entered the Tao through killing. It was only in the last 1,000 years that this Hellion gradually withdrew from the public sight. He lived in seclusion in the Hellion family's ancestral court and would not come out easily. But now, Hellion Longyu had just been killed by Gu Fei, and this great devil had already arrived at the immortal Venerable city. From this, one could see how much importance Hellion Longyu placed on his great-grandson. I killed that arrogant guy. So what? Just as the everlasting city lord was in a dilemma, a voice came from afar. You deserve to die. That Hellion soared up into the sky and instantly dashed over. A gigantic hand shot out from the back of his head, grabbing at the person in the sky. This was a gigantic hand formed from primordial spirit energy. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it had arrived before that person, grabbing him. Die. Hellion Emo didn't care about who Gu Fei was, what his background was, or what background he had. He directly attacked Gu Fei, not caring about anything at all. This was Hellion Emo. He did things according to his heart, and if he wanted to kill, he would kill. Only such a person wouldn't be restricted too much, and would be able to cultivate great mystic arts and techniques. The gigantic hand closed and clenched, wanting to crush Gu Fei to death. However, very quickly, Hellion Mo's expression changed. He was incomparably shocked, as though he had encountered something unbelievable that even someone like him would be moved. Boom! Just as Hellion Mo revealed a look of shock, a loud explosion rang out. Hellion Mo's primordial spirit hand actually exploded, and a ball of primal chaos divine light rushed out from the explosion. What? Hellion Mo's shock was no small matter. His head buzzed, and he felt as though his soul was about to dissipate. His vision darkened, and he almost fell from the sky. His body swayed a little, and a drop of dark red blood emerged from between his eyebrows, then flowed down. When the everlasting city lord saw this, he was also stunned. He was very clear about how terrifying this Hellion Mo was. He was an existence that was like a demon. Although he wasn't a real demon, sometimes this Hellion Mo was even more terrifying than a real demon. Eat my palm as well. Gu Fei directly broke through Hellion Mo's primordial spirit hand, then slapped towards Hellion Mo. Powerful chaotic true force quickly condensed into a gigantic hand of primal chaos, enveloping the entire sky. What? Hellion Mo was shocked once again. The combat strength displayed by his opponent was too strong. No wonder his great-great-grandson was killed by this person. This palm of his opponent actually gave him a feeling that it was hard to dodge. The legendary martial arts battle technique, Heaven Covering Palm. Hellion Mo's knowledge was very extraordinary. He could see the origin of Gu Fei's palm. He had never seen the power of the ancient martial arts battle technique, Heaven Covering Palm. But now, he had the chance to see the power of this martial arts battle technique. All techniques return to one. Revolve the universe. Hellion Mo shouted. Both of his hands moved quickly in front of him, and a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him. Then, it instantly enlarged and revolved the universe, wanting to dissolve Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. This guy cultivates the great Tao of universe. Hellion Mo guided the yin and yang qi of the world, manifesting the yin-yang diagram, and moved the universe to meet the descending heaven-covering palm. The yin and yang qi was vast, and the diagram blocked the entire sky. Boom! The gigantic hand of primal chaos fiercely slapped the yin-yang diagram. The entire yin-yang diagram shook violently, and the yin and yang qi was constantly dissipating, as though it was about to collapse. Roar! Hellion Mo roared angrily and drove the yin-yang divine pattern with all his might. On the divine pattern, yin-yang Tao patterns emerged and condensed the power of the great Tao of yin and yang. The yin-yang divine pattern that was about to collapse quickly stabilized. To be able to block my heaven-covering hand, Gu Fei was a little surprised. Although he did not use his full strength in this palm strike, ordinary great perfection quasi-sages would definitely not be able to withstand it. This Hellion Mo was very strong. Moreover, this Hellion Mo was most likely an ancient sage who had sealed his saint-level cultivation. In ancient times, there were people who sealed themselves in a secret place, waiting for the arrival of the great era before coming out into the world. Hellion Mo was an old antique that came out into the world 10,000 years ago. Hellion Lengyue was his direct descendant. This Hellion Mo originally had no children. However, due to an accident, he had a descendant. Hence, he had Hellion Lengyue, his great-great-grandson. Rumble. Chapter 2044. Powerful forces were clashing against each other. The saint-level Great City Barrier Formation was shaking. Muffled, thunderous sounds could be heard, shaking the blood of all the cultivators in the city. Too strong. Who are these people? The celestial Venerate city was in an uproar. All the cultivators were shocked. The two people fighting in the sky were as terrifying as ancient gods fighting. The resulting shock waves spread out, and a good number of cultivators were affected. Blood trickled down the corners of some cultivators' mouths, while some simply fainted from the shock waves. Taoist Gu Fei, Senior Hellion, if you want to fight, go outside the city. Limitless City Lord's face was very ugly. These two fellows were lawless existences, and the two of them were actually fighting in the immortal Venerable city. This caused him to be shocked and furious. The consequences of setting up a formation in the city were very serious. One had to know that experts like Gu Fei and Hellion could destroy the world with a wave of their hands. They possessed great power. If the celestial Venerate city wasn't protected by the Great City Barrier Formation, the entire ancient city would have been destroyed by these two people. In the end, the Great Chaotic Hand and the yin-yang diagram disappeared at the same time. The two forces canceled each other out. The two cultivators clashed, but there was no winner. Whoosh! At this moment, the light screen that covered the entire celestial Venerate city suddenly disappeared. The everlasting City Lord opened the Great City Formation and let Gu Fei and Hellion out. He didn't want these two cultivators to fight in the city. If that happened, many people would die. He couldn't bear the responsibility of the city being destroyed. Gu Fei shot into the sky and flew towards the mountain outside the celestial Venerate city. Where are you going? Hellion chased after him. The two cultivators, one in front and one behind, disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. They entered the vast mountain outside the celestial Venerate city. Boom! A great battle erupted. Loud noises came from the depths of the mountain. In the depths of the mountain, they could fight without any worries. If they were in the celestial Venerate city, even Hellion, who acted according to his heart, would feel restrained. Because the celestial Venerate city was an ancient city under the control of the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion. Hellion didn't want to offend the Central State Immortal Mansion. One had to know that the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor was the #1 power in the Central Prefecture. Even a self-sealed sage like Hellion would not offend the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor if he could help it. No one knew better than Hellion how terrifying the Central Prefecture's old mansion master was.
Shwa,
Shwa,
shwa.
rays of divine light rushed out from the celestial Venerable city. Each ray of divine light wrapped around a figure. The cultivators in the city didn't want to miss this battle, so they used escape techniques and rushed into the depths of the mountain. There were many cultivators gathered in the immortal Venerate city, but there weren't many true elites. Hundreds of divine rainbows soared into the sky from the immortal Reverent city. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. These people all wanted to go and watch the battle. At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge had already put away the cosmos sack. He soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the mountain. These two perverts, the everlasting city lord, stood high up in the sky and sensed the powerful ripples coming from the depths of the mountain. Then, he also left the city and entered the mountain. Boom! In the depths of the mountain, a towering mountain peak suddenly exploded. Instantly, rocks flew into the sky and dust rose into the sky. A figure rushed out from the dust that covered the sky. Kill. Gu Fei directly used the chaotic fist. His fists seemed to have turned into two balls of chaotic divine light, continuously smashing towards the figure that was moving rapidly in front of him. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch and Hellion dodged it immediately. The short mountain behind Hellion was directly turned into dust under the impact of the chaotic fist force. This, Hellion was secretly shocked. This guy's combat strength was extremely powerful. Even if it was him, he would probably be injured by this person if he wasn't careful. Buzz. The void trembled. Hellion was using his killing technique. One of his hands emitted a bright white light, while the other hand was covered by a ball of black gas. Hellion used the power of yin and yang. His hands moved in front of him and evolved the great Tao of yin and yang. A yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him again. His hands were the two yin-yang eyes on the yin-yang diagram. Boom! Suddenly, the yin-yang diagram collapsed and a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of Hellion. A power that seemed to be able to devour the entire world surged out from the pitch-black vortex. This time, Hellion didn't want to dissolve Gu Fei's power. Instead, He wanted to directly devour Gu Fei's entire body into a void that was opened up by the power of yin and yang. At this moment, Gu Fei only felt his body tighten, as if he was tied up by an invisible rope. Then, his body flew forward involuntarily. This sudden turn of events caused Gu Fei to be shocked. "Open for me." Gu Fei struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from the devouring power. However, the invisible power that entangled him was unimaginably strong. After struggling, he actually couldn't break free. This caused Gu Fei to be shocked again. Tenfold Ascension Power. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately used the Ascension Secret technique of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Under the activation of the Ascension Secret technique, an extremely terrifying and powerful fluctuation erupted from his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared and struggled with all his might. Finally, he broke free from the binding power on his body before he was devoured by the black hole. Chaotic aura coiled around his body. Powerful energy filled his body, causing him to feel uncomfortable if he didn't spit it out. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei extended his hand and unleashed another heaven-shrouding palm. The palm covered the sky. Chaotic aura surged, and the void that was enveloped by the palm began to crack. The palm emitted a terrifying fluctuation, enveloping the black hole that Hellion Mo had conjured. When the palm slammed into the black hole instantly collapsed. Gu Fei's heaven-shrouding palm did not dissipate after destroying the black hole that seemed to be able to devour the heavens. Instead, it continued slamming down at Hellion Mo, shrouding the entire place with destructive power. Hellion Mo's eyes shone with a cold glint. Was this man truly a great completion quasi-saint? Such a powerful battle prowess had long surpassed the limits of a great completion quasi-saint. Furthermore, this fella didn't have any true sage aura on him. Evidently, he wasn't one of those old antiques that had sealed themselves. Bam! Hellion Mo was sent flying. This power was way too strong. Even Hellion Mo was sent flying. One could imagine just how powerful this strike of Gu Fei's was. Preposterous. Chapter 2045. Roar! Hellion Mo was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's palm. He roared in anger. Although he wasn't injured, this was definitely a humiliation for him. It should be known that he had already woken up from his deep sleep 10,000 years ago. He was an ancient saint. In the current generation, he was known as an ancient saint. However, today, he was actually sent flying by a junior with a single palm. This was something that had never happened before. It made him both shocked and angry. Boom! A ball of black and white divine light emerged from Hellion Mo's body and enveloped his entire body. The black and white flames that rose from his body were like yin-yang divine fire that was leaping about.
Yes.
Gu Fei discovered that the yin-yang divine light that rose from Hellion Mo's body actually had Tao patterns faintly discernible. Those were 9 blurry Tao patterns. 9 patterns of the saint level. This old fellow is indeed a saint who sealed himself. Although Hellion Mo's cultivation had been completely sealed, he could still use the power of the 9 patterns. Although it wasn't the true power of the 9 patterns, it was still enough to shock the world. Die! Yin-yang break of heaven and earth. Hellion Mo roared in anger. After that, he separated his hands. 2 balls of divine light appeared above his hands. One was a dazzling white light. The true yang divine power was condensing. The other was a black light. The Tai-yin divine power was surging. Go! The gaze from Hellion Mo's eyes was like cold lightning. He waved his hands forward, and 2 spheres of divine light immediately flew out from his hands, intersecting with each other as they smashed towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei separated his hands and instantly blocked the 2 balls of divine light that bombarded him from the left and right. Boom! In the instant that Gu Fei blocked the 2 balls of Tai-yin and Sun divine light, the terrifying power contained within the 2 balls of divine light suddenly erupted. The power of the extreme yang and the extreme yin engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. When these 2 opposing powers collided, the power that erupted was much more powerful than any single power. The destructive power was vast and mighty, and everything within 100 miles was enveloped by this power. Everything was destroyed. The ground sank and mountains collapsed. This Hellion Emo was too strong. Even without undoing the seal on his body, this Hellion Emo was enough to sweep away all great perfection quasi-sages. A self-sealed sage was truly frightening and powerful. Master. At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang, could not help but be shocked when he saw that scene from afar. Could his lord survive such an attack? Zhuge Liang was a wise man. He also knew the origin of this Hellion Emo. This was a killing god of the Hellion clan. He was vicious and merciless. Whenever he wanted to kill, blood would flow like a river. However, he could not see through Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength had also exceeded his expectations. If Gu Fei could defeat Hellion Emo, then Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted on the ancestral star. What a pity! In another direction, the everlasting city lord could not help but shake his head when he saw the void enveloped by the power of Tai Yin and Sun divine power. From his point of view, how could Gu Fei be Hellion Mo's opponent? One must know that Hellion Mo was a self-sealed sage. Although his sage cultivation was completely sealed, Hellion Mo's physical body was a true sage physique. The sage physique of a sage was comparable to a sage tool. To a certain extent, Hellion Mo was a human-shaped sage tool. With that sage physique, Hellion Mo was already undefeatable. The everlasting city lord did not think highly of Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei had defeated Zi Yunxiao before, Zi Yunxiao was not a self-sealed sage. The Zi Yunxiao from 10 years ago could not be compared to the saint who had sealed himself. This was because the two of them were not even on the same level. Even 10 years later, the everlasting city lord did not think that Zi Yunxiao would be stronger than a self-sealed sage. The same was true for Gu Fei. It was impossible for him to be stronger than a self-sealed sage. Roar! However, just when the everlasting city lord thought that Gu Fei was going to die under Hellion Mo's attack, a furious roar suddenly came from the void enveloped by the destructive power of Tai Yin and Sun divine power. How is this possible? The everlasting city lord was shocked to the extreme. Yi Futian could still survive Hellion Mo's yin-yang break. Even if the everlasting city lord received this attack, his body and soul would most likely be destroyed. My lord is not dead. At this time, the other bandits also rushed out from the celestial Venerable city and arrived behind the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang, looking at the scene in shock. Powerful, too powerful. That kind of power can kill us countless times. Jade-faced playboy of the 12 bandits said with a trembling voice. Only now did he realize the gap between them and Gu Fei. This was the gap between them and Gu Fei. You! Hellion Mo's voice rang out. He was also indescribably shocked. This Gu Fei was actually able to block his attack. He was very clear about the might of the yin-yang break. Even those stronger than him wouldn't dare to face his yin-yang break head-on, let alone Gu Fei, who wasn't even a sage. If it was in the supreme ancient era, he could easily kill a bunch of little fellows like Gu Fei with a single stretch of his hand. But now, he couldn't do that. After the great changes of the world, undoing the seal on one's body was equivalent to suicide. Hellion Mo didn't want to die, so he couldn't undo the seal on his body. Through certain channels, Hellion Mo found out about the battle between the old sect master of the Central Province Immortal Manor and the Forbidden Zone's Saint Beast. That incomparably powerful Saint Beast had died because it had completely unsealed its body. This was a warning to all sages who had sealed themselves. Undoing the seal would mean death. They wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Their body and soul would be destroyed. It won't be that easy to kill me. A fist-sized cauldron appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It was a simple and unadorned cauldron. At this moment, the mouth of the ancient cauldron was like a bottomless pit, endlessly devouring the energy of the sun and moon. That is, seeing the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, Hellion Mo's eyes instantly narrowed. That cauldron was extremely similar to the legendary mountain and river cauldron. However, Hellion Mo didn't think that the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand was the legendary mountain and river cauldron. That was because the mountain and river cauldron had already disappeared in the supreme ancient era. It's just a replica, but its might isn't weak. Hellion Mo directly thought that the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand was a replica of the mountain and river cauldron. This was because many replicas of the mountain and river cauldron had appeared in the supreme ancient era. Rumble, a heaven-devouring force gushed out from the mouth of the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. The powerful devouring force caused the entire void to tremble. The energy of the sun and moon frantically gathered towards the mouth of the cauldron. What? Chapter 2046. The ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist. However, it seemed to be able to contain the entire world. Helion Mo's yin-yang destruction energy frantically gathered towards the small cauldron. In just a few breaths, the monstrous extreme yang and extreme yin energy was completely devoured by the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Impossible. What kind of cauldron is this? Could it be a saint-level magic treasure? Subconsciously, Helion Mo did not believe that the legendary mountain and river cauldron would fall into the hands of this junior. It must be known that in the 3 realms and 6 das, there were many people who wanted to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. Among these people, there were even existences who stood at the peak of the 3 realms and 6 das. However, even these existences, whom Helion Mo had to look up to, could not find the legendary unparalleled God Cauldron even after searching the entire 3 realms and 6 das. How could a little fellow who was not even a sage obtain the legendary God Cauldron? Buzz. After devouring a large amount of extreme yin and extreme yang energy, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand let out a buzzing sound. It seemed to be jumping with joy. It was a very human-like reaction. What? Seeing the small cauldron in Gu Fei's hand actually have such a reaction, Helion Mo's heart could not help but tighten. Could this small cauldron actually be a quasi-supreme magic treasure? It was very obvious that the small cauldron in this little fellow's hand was an item with intelligence. Even if it was a divine weapon refined by a sage, it would not be able to have its own consciousness. Unless it was a quasi-supreme magic treasure or a quasi-supreme magic treasure refined by a quasi-supreme magic treasure, only such a magic treasure would have its own consciousness. To a certain extent, this was no longer an ordinary magic treasure. Instead, it was a different kind of existence. You take one of my moves too. Gu Fei held the cauldron in his right hand and pointed forward with his left hand. A ray of divine light shot out from his fingertip, piercing towards Helion Mo. Humph, insignificant skill. Helion Mo could not help but sneer when he saw Gu Fei actually use such a simple attack. Chaotic heaven and earth. Helion Mo waved his hands, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaved in front of him. Gu Fei's finger light pierced through, but it seemed to be pulled by some kind of power. It actually circled around Helion Mo's body, and then it pierced back towards Gu Fei. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be moved. Helion Mo's great technique had the shadow of the chaotic reversal secret art. Among the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art could reverse all of the opponent's attacks. The chaotic reversal secret art was a supreme immortal art created by the supreme Taoist ancestor. It was an invincible art that gave the user an invincible position. If a supreme being used this secret technique, even if the opponent was also a supreme being, they would be able to completely reverse the supreme being's power. Gu Fei waved his hand and dispersed the finger light that was piercing towards him. Then, he took a step forward and clenched his left hand into a fist. A burst of explosive sound immediately came from his arm. The power of the martial body was being released. Bang! He punched out, and a dull explosion immediately rang out in the void. This was the sound of the air being compressed by the fist. The power of the fist was contained and not released. Gu Fei's entire body also pressed forward with his fist. He was like a moving ancient divine mountain, extremely steady. Let's see how you reverse my fist. It was a simple and direct attack, but it contained extremely powerful power. Gu Fei's fist was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. This guy, when Helion Mo saw that Gu Fei could actually throw out such a punch, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was impossible for him not to see the concept of this punch. His opponent's understanding of the Tao had already reached a very deep level. This person's potential was limitless, and it was very likely that he would become a saint. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this person now, if he really did become a saint in the future, he would become a huge problem for the Hellion clan. Kill! Hellion Emo roared angrily, and terrifying sound waves shook in all directions, reverberating in the mountains. Even the people who were watching the battle from hundreds of miles away were affected, and their ears rang. Hellion Emo directly pounced towards Gu Fei. He actually completely ignored Gu Fei's punch. With a flip of his hands, a divine sword appeared in his hands. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Hellion Emo directly stabbed his sword towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The tip of the sword turned into a ball of cold light, and in an instant, it had arrived in front of Gu Fei. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In the instant that Hellion Emo struck out with his sword, Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. The divine sword in Hellion Mo's hands was definitely a flawless saint weapon. This old antique was a saint from the ancient times, so there was no reason for him not to have a saint weapon of his own. It must be known that people who walked the path of immortality would definitely need to refine a protective artifact that completely belonged to them. Hellion Emo was a sword saint of the immortal Tao. His protective magic treasure was a yin-yang divine sword. This was a divine sword refined from yin-yang divine metal. The blade was black and white, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaved on it. Gu Fei didn't think that this Hellion Emo would actually be an immortal sword saint. Hellion Mo's sword was extremely fast, and even Gu Fei, who was known for his speed, had a change of expression. At this moment, the corner of Hellion Mo's mouth had already curled into a cold smile. He had suddenly used his trump card, and many people had died under his sword. Today, this little fellow was no exception. This sword was indeed very powerful. If it really pierced through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows, the yin-yang divine sword would directly pierce through Gu Fei's Niwen Palace and destroy Gu Fei's soul. The soul was different from the soul. If the soul was destroyed, a cultivator could still live, but if their Tao foundation was destroyed, they would be crippled for the rest of their life, and it would be difficult for them to comprehend the path of immortality. However, if the soul was destroyed, then even if a person had cultivated a soul, they would still die. The soul was the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. If a person's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were destroyed, then they would not be able to live. It must be known that a cultivator's soul was cultivated, but the soul was something that every living being was born with. It was the brand of life. However, just as the tip of Hellion Mo's yin-yang divine sword was about to pierce through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows, an item suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei's forehead. Clang! The tip of the yin-yang divine sword in Hellion Mo's hand turned into a cold star and instantly pierced through the item, producing a clear sound of impact. The trace of a cold smile on Hellion Mo's face instantly froze. He felt as if his sword had pierced through an immortal divine mountain. The force of the rebound caused a hideous wound to appear on the wrist that held the sword. The wound was currently oozing blood. Chapter 2047. Hellion Emo was shocked to the extreme. He had thought that his attack was in the bag, but he had never imagined that it would be blocked by an item. The item that had blocked his yin-yang divine sword was actually the small cauldron in his opponent's hand. Moreover, the small cauldron had transmitted a powerful force from the yin-yang divine sword, causing his wrist to crack. How is this possible? Hellion Mo's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. It should be known that although he had sealed his sage-level cultivation, his physical body was still a true sage body. What was a sage body? The physical body of a sage was known as a sage body. Hellion Emo was confident that even if he stood still and allowed those half-saints and quasi-saints to attack him with all their might, his sage body would remain unharmed. The sage body of a self-sealed sage was equivalent to a human-shaped sage weapon. Even a great accomplishment quasi-saint would find it difficult to injure this sage body. However, Hellion Mo's wrist had indeed been injured by the rebound force from the small cauldron. It really is a treasure refined by a quasi-supreme. Just as these thoughts flashed through Hellion Mo's mind, Gu Fei's punch landed solidly on his chest. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The moment Gu Fei's fist came into contact with Hellion Mo's divine body, an unstoppable force erupted like a volcanic eruption. A circle of transparent ripples spread out from where Hellion Mo's fist had struck. Then, Hellion Mo's clothes exploded into countless pieces, fluttering in the air like butterflies. The powerful force that erupted from Gu Fei's fist made Hellion Mo feel as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His entire body flew backwards. The long-awaited pain caused Hellion Mo's desire to kill Gu Fei to intensify. This little fellow was extraordinary. The might of his fist could actually cause him pain. Hellion Mo flew backward for a few thousand feet before he stopped his retreat. Many geniuses have died by my hands. You will be one of them. Yin-yang radiance rose from Hellion Mo's body like a yin-yang divine fire. His voice was extremely cold and emotionless, as if he was the grim reaper who was indifferent to life. If you want to kill me, the one who will die will be you. Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand as he coldly looked at Hellion Mo flying in front of him. This old antique was very strong. He was very clear about the power behind his punch. However, when his punch landed on Hellion Mo's body, it didn't seem to have injured him in the slightest. The sacred body of a sage was really strong. Even though Hellion Mo was not a martial artist, his sacred body was definitely stronger than Gu Fei's current martial body. On the mountain and river cauldron, there wasn't even a single mark left on the place where the sword had struck. At this time, Hellion Mo still didn't think that this small cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron, because it was just a quasi-sovereign divine tool that was forged by a quasi-sovereign imitating the mountain and river cauldron. Junior, you asked for it. Hellion Mo didn't say anything else. The yin-yang divine sword in his hand flew up and transformed into a black and white sword light. Then, as Hellion Mo pointed his right hand at Gu Fei, the black and white sword light immediately transformed into a black and white sword rainbow, shooting towards Gu Fei. The impact of the cold sword qi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Even the spectators hundreds of miles away felt waves of cold air assaulting their bodies. This caused many sword cultivators to be incomparably shocked. At this time, Gu Fei had already put away the mountain and river cauldron. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a black long sword appeared in his hand. This was the 9 heavenly star sword, a sword that he had forged himself. When this divine sword was waved, specks of starlight could be faintly seen on the body of the sword. This was a special characteristic of the 9 heavenly stars iron. Within the pitch-black divine iron, there seemed to be specks of stars twinkling. Clang! Gu Fei directly waved the divine sword in his hand, smashing away the black and white sword rainbow that was shooting towards him. Then, he slashed towards Hellion Mo from top to bottom. Swish! A chaotic sword qi immediately rushed out from the 9 heavenly star sword. In an instant, it soared tens of thousands of feet. The terrifying sword light seemed to split the entire world in half. It was incomparably terrifying. Chaos of heaven and earth. Hellion Mo's hands moved, and the yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him. Then, it moved forward to block the attack. The power of chaos of heaven and earth was vast and mighty. It actually moved the shocking sword light that Gu Fei had slashed out into the depths of the mountain. Swish! The chaotic sword light flashed in an instant, and a huge mountain was split in half. The upper half of the mountain fell down with a rumble. Dust immediately filled the depths of the mountain, and countless beasts fled in all directions in fright. Buzz! Just as Hellion Mo blocked Gu Fei's sword light, the black and white sword light that was slashed away by Gu Fei let out a deafening sound. It made a turn in the air and once again slashed towards Gu Fei. I didn't expect to actually obtain the 9 heavenly stars iron. Hellion Mo's words were extremely cold. The 9 heavenly stars iron was an immortal divine metal. This kind of divine metal had immortal divinity. No matter how many years had passed, its divinity would not dissipate. In the ancient times, the 9 heavenly stars iron was a divine material exclusive to the Supremes. Even if some sages obtained this kind of immortal divine metal, they might not be able to keep it. Chapter 2048. The battle between Gu Fei and Hellion Mo shook everything in the mountain. Terrifying shockwaves swept across thousands of miles, startling all the cultivators near the celestial reverent city. Yin and yang qi rose from Hellion Mo's body. black and white lights danced like flames, appearing very eye-catching. That's the ancestor of the Hellion clan. Hellion Immo. Someone from the older generation recognized Hellion Immo. Everyone was extremely shocked. Hellion Mo's name was very famous among the older generation. He was not a demon, but he was even more terrifying than a real demon. He had lived for countless years and woke up from his slumber tens of thousands of years ago. Then, he was born again. The Hellion clan, which was originally declining, rose again because of Hellion Mo's rebirth. They became the second greatest force in the central continent that could fight against the immortal mansion of the central continent. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, Hellion Immo once fought against the previous ruler of the immortal mansion of the central continent. Nobody knew the result of that battle, but Hellion Immo survived. After that, the immortal mansion of the central continent no longer tried to suppress the Hellion clan and allowed it to develop. From this, one could see how powerful Hellion Immo was. With his own strength, he shocked the central continent and made the Hellion clan the second greatest force in the central continent. And now, this Hellion Immo had actually appeared here. How could the people of the older generation not be shocked? This guy is a god of death. Thinking about Hellion Mo's actions, the older cultivators all felt a chill in their hearts. Who is that? How dare he challenge Hellion Immo? Those who knew about Hellion Mo's identity were extremely shocked. What was the background of the person who fought against Hellion Immo? Since when did such a character appear near the celestial reverent city? To the older cultivators, to be able to fight against Hellion Immo, he must be a powerhouse on the same level as Hellion Immo. How could such a character be unknown? Very quickly, Gu Fei's identity was known. That person is the one who defeated Ziyun Xiao from the Ziyun clan 10 years ago, Gu Fei. After finding out Gu Fei's identity, all the spectating cultivators were shocked once more. 10 years ago, he was able to defeat Ziyun Xiao. 10 years later, wouldn't this person's cultivation base be even more powerful? At this time, the most nervous person was the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang. If Gu Fei was defeated by Hellion Immo, they would be in trouble as well. Ada, can the Lord win? Although he had decided to follow Gu Fei, it did not mean that he was willing to die with Gu Fei. Calm down. We are people who have seen the wind and waves. Zhuge Liang waved his fan with a calm look on his face. However, this was all an act. In fact, he was more nervous than anyone else. However, he had no choice but to act now. This guy, Hellion Mo's eyebrows twitched. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang immediately surged out from his body. A yin-yang diagram appeared in front of him. Boom! The fist smashed hard on the yin-yang diagram in front of Hellion Immo. The power of yin and yang circulated. Hellion Immo wanted to shift this power away. At this moment, Hellion Immo suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. All the pores on his body contracted and his hair stood on end. This was a natural reaction of the sacred body when one encountered great danger. Hellion Immo was shocked. At this moment, a fist had already penetrated through the yin-yang diagram in front of Hellion Immo. The fist landed on Hellion Mo's body and sank into Hellion Mo's chest. What? The power of this punch was definitely more than 10 times that of the previous punch. How could a person's power increase by more than 10 times in an instant? However, so what if the power increased by more than 10 times? The sacred body was indestructible. Chapter 2049. The tenfold increase in strength caused Gu Fei's battle prowess to increase by more than 10 times. With a single punch, he could even create a large hole in the void. However, when such a punch landed on Hellion Mo's body, it could not even scratch the other party's skin, let alone break his tendons and bones. Even a great completion quasi-sage would find it hard to withstand a punch from Gu Fei. If he was hit by this punch, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. This saint physique. Gu Fei looked at his own fist and was extremely shocked. Just now, when his punch landed on Hellion Mo's body, even his fist had sunk into Hellion Mo's body. However, he felt as if his punch had landed on cotton, and there was a feeling of powerlessness. You junior, I will let you know how terrifying a saint physique is. Hellion Immo took a step forward and instantly disappeared. What? Gu Fei sensed danger approaching. He instinctively took a step to the side and instantly moved tens of feet to the side. At this moment, a huge hand directly struck out from the void, blasting a huge hole in the place where he was previously. Even the primal chaos chi was blasted out. So fast, Gu Fei was shocked. Hellion Emo didn't even use any sacred arts. This old antique had even kept his yin-yang sword. His combat strength was actually so strong just by relying on the strength of his physical body. Heh. Hellion Emo grinned and turned his head to look at Gu Fei. His eyes flashed with a cold light.
Swish.
Hellion Emo disappeared once again. He still didn't use any sacred arts or great techniques. However, his strength and speed were shocking. He could shatter the void with a raise of his hand. Boom. This time, Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he punched out, clashing violently with the palm that came from the void.
Buzz.
Two powerful forces exploded, causing the void to tremble. Then, a transparent ripple that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from the place where the fist and palm collided. Gu Fei and Hellion Emo were sent flying back at the same time. Good fella. Hellion Emo was secretly shocked. How could the fleshly body of this junior be so powerful? He was actually able to block one of his attacks. Moreover, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Kill. Kill. After Gu Fei and Hellion Emo stopped their retreating momentum, they rushed forward again. The two powerhouses were fighting in close combat with the power of their fleshly bodies. Bang! Gu Fei chopped down on Hellion Mo's neck with his knife hand. Hellion Emo just bent his neck slightly, and the power of Gu Fei's knife hand was completely dissipated. At the same time, Gu Fei felt a pain in his waist. Hellion Mo's right leg had ruthlessly swept across his waist. The powerful force caused Gu Fei to tumble to the side. Before he could steady himself, his right leg tightened. Hellion Emo had grabbed hold of his right leg and swung it around before ruthlessly smashing it into the ground. Boom! Gu Fei was like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing into the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of battle was incomparably dangerous. As long as one was caught by the opponent, there would be only a slim chance of survival. Ordinary cultivators would not allow cultivators with powerful fleshly bodies to get close to them, because once they got close, their lives would be in danger. This was especially true for martial artists, who were gods of slaughter in close combat. Even in the ancient times, powerhouses who cultivated great magical powers did not dare to let martial artists with great cultivation get close to them. Hellion Emo actually dared to fight in close combat with Gu Fei by relying on the strength of his divine body. This was definitely an exception. Only saints who had sealed themselves would have such battle prowess. Roar! A furious roar rang out. Gu Fei burst out from the ground and soared into the sky. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Hellion Emo. He wanted to give Hellion Emo a taste of his own medicine. However, Hellion Mo's divine body was too powerful. He easily dodged Gu Fei's grab, then arrived behind Gu Fei and punched Gu Fei's back.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Gu Fei's mouth. This punch from Hellion Emo had caused his internal organs to shift, and his martial body had suffered heavy injuries.
Preposterous.
Gu Fei's body flew forward involuntarily. At the same time, Hellion Emo instantly caught up and arrived in the sky above Gu Fei. Then, he stomped heavily on Gu Fei's head, stomping Gu Fei down from the sky. Hellion Mo's stomp almost caused Gu Fei to faint. The strong vibration caused his vision to darken and his soul to feel like it was about to collapse. Seeing this one-sided scene, everyone thought that Gu Fei was going to be tortured to death by Hellion Emo. Hellion Mo's divine body was truly powerful to an unbelievable extent. 20 times the strength of ascension. Gu Fei, who was falling from the sky, shouted in his heart. A domineering aura erupted from his body. 20 times the strength of ascension caused his battle prowess to rise to an unbelievable level. Bang! Gu Fei, who was falling from the sky once again, pushed off the ground with both his feet and his entire body shot up into the sky. I'm going to torture you to death. Hellion Emo relied on the strength of his divine body and did not need to defend himself at all. He directly charged towards Gu Fei, who had shot up into the sky. He grabbed Gu Fei and slammed into a mountain in the distance. Boom! The two of them slammed into the mountain, then rushed out from the other side of the mountain. Only then did Hellion Mo let go of Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries from the collision just now. I can't even withstand 20 times the strength of ascension. This time, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. 20 times the strength of ascension was already his limit. Even so, he was still being suppressed. Although the secret technique of levitation could heal Gu Fei's martial body instantly, it was still not a good thing for him to be beaten up passively. Roar! Gu Fei roared and struck out with the heaven-covering palm. The palm covered the sky, emitting terrifying waves. Wherever the palm went, the sky and the void trembled. Bang! Hellion Mo used the strength of his divine body to break the heaven-covering palm. He then approached in an instant. He stretched out his hand and spread his fingers, grabbing onto the top of Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei felt his head tighten, as if he was being held by an iron hoop. The difference in strength was too great. The divine body was truly terrifying. No wonder the self-sealed sages were the main characters of this world. If one did not become a sage, he would always be an ant. Once he became a sage, even if he could only use the strength of a divine body, it would be enough to sweep away all the so-called Great Completion quasi-sages on Bujo Ancestral Star. Just as Hellion Mo's fingers grabbed onto the top of Gu Fei's head, a purple divine mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, a purple-gold divine light rushed out from his Niwen palace, turning into a sword of Tao, and instantly strangled Hellion Mo. The distance between Hellion Mo and Gu Fei was too close, and the speed of the primordial soul Tao sword was extremely fast. Even Hellion Mo was unable to dodge it. The Yuan soul Tao sword possessed unfathomable power. It was a supreme god technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Wherever the sword light passed, a hideous bloody groove appeared on Hellion Mo's chest. Divine blood seeped out from the groove. What?